A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Hello. Oh, it's you, Mama. You're up so early. Why, thank you, Mama, and happy birthday to you, too. Why shouldn't I wish you a happy birthday? You're the one who did everything about it, not me. I just got born. What? Yes, of course, I feel much older. He's shaving. No, he hasn't said a thing about it yet. Yes, I'll be over after breakfast. We can take my walk together. I think Dr. Rowland wanted to make a marathon dancer instead of a mother. Bye.
Who was that?
That was Mama.
She's up early. Anything special?
No, not exactly. She just wanted to know how I was.
How are you?
Fine. Don't you know yet I'm always fine?
I don't know. You don't look like you.
I don't.
You look a little older.
I don't know why I should. Do you?
I guess that going to become a parent gives you a certain maturity.
Well, you don't look any older to me.
How can you tell? You can't see through the lather on my face. Well, so long. I'd better finish shaving.
Hey, don't I get anything before you go?
What for?
Because I'm always fine, and I look older.
What do you want, a razor blade, maybe?
Maybe, but I don't think so.
Some lather, maybe?
Haven't you got anything else at all?
A kiss, maybe?
Sounds interesting.
I think you'd prefer it without the lather when I'm all shaved and pretty.
I close my eyes anyway.
Now, wipe off the lather.
You wipe it off. You're the one who put it there.
I haven't got time. This is a very important day.
It is?
I'm having lunch with my new partner.
Oh, is that all?
It's still an occasion.
That's the way I feel about you.
Good. Let me see. There was something else. Something very important I had to remember about today, and I've forgotten what it is.
Maybe I can help you remember. It's December 29th?
December 29th.
December 29th? December 29th. 4 days after Christmas, 2 days after New Year's.
Oh, sure. I remember. This is the day I want to send that pair of tweed slacks to the cleaner.
Oh. It might interest you to know this is an important day for me, too. I'm turning over a new leaf.
What's the leaf?
I'm making breakfast right now for myself. If there's anything left over, I'm giving it to Shakespeare.
What about me?
Well, if Shakespeare leaves any leftovers, you can nibble on that. But you better be nice to him or he won't leave you anything.
What have I done now?
You don't know. That's worse. That's how bad it is.
Well, I hope Shakespeare isn't very hungry.
I hope he's starving.
Claudia.
What is it, Mama?
It would be nice if you waited for the light.
What light? Oh, that light. I didn't see it.
I'm glad the man in the truck saw you.
So am I.
What a fine walk we're having.
What's the matter with it?
One would think you were planning to give birth in Egypt. You've been as talkative as an expectant mummy.
I haven't anything to talk about. Much.
Come on now, out with it. What did you quarrel about with David this morning?
I did not quarrel with David.
Then what did he quarrel about with you?
He didn't either. We never quarrel.
Now we're getting someplace. What didn't he give you for your birthday?
Nothing.
Oh, so that's it. I thought so.
What's wrong with not giving me anything?
Did I say it was wrong?
David and I don't have to give each other presents. just because it's our birthday.
Oh, you said that yesterday. Very sensible of you.
Besides, I don't need anything.
I wouldn't like to put a Great Dane on a silver platter under your nose.
I don't want a Great Dane anymore. Much. Mama, if you could bark, you'd be almost as nice to walk with as a Great Dane.
I can't tell you how happy that makes me. Why do you look so glum?
Do I look glum?
There's a mild resemblance between you and the weeping willow.
Oh, Mama, David didn't remember my birthday at all. Not even to wish it.
Well, that happens. David's got a lot of things on his mind.
He's got one thing too few. I guess he just plain forgot.
I thought you were emancipated. I thought birthdays weren't important to you.
They're still not to me. But if David's forgotten and then later remembers and realizes he's forgotten, he'd feel awful, and that would make it important.
The voice of experience.
So you mustn't say anything to him about my birthday. We'll pretend it never happened.
You poor child. Come on home and I'll feed you.
You better come home with me.
What have you got?
Nothing. Let's stop somewhere and get something.
Tell me, does Shakespeare like frankfurters?
He hasn't said so.
That's fine, because I do.
Quiet, my fine Scandinavian friend. You're big and strong. Why can't you be silent, too? And none of your complaints, see? You're going to live on this floor, and you better begin to like it. Quiet, old-timer. How do you expect to surprise her, making all this racket now? Now, here we are. Now, this is the door to your new home. You stay out here. I'm not going to take you in right away. You get it? That's better. Now, take a look. Take a good look at this door. Because from now on, your job is to keep clear of the wolves. All right, now. I'm just going to slip this leash around the doorknob, and there we are. In I go, and you stay out there now. Shh, and quiet. Hello. Anybody home?
David! Who wants to know?
Who wants to know? A man who wants to know that wants to talk to the lady of the house wants to know.
The lady of this house won't talk to just anyone. But maybe you aren't just anyone. You could be my husband. Except my husband's having lunch with his partner.
And I'm having lunch with my partner, the partner I live with.
Is that David I hear? Doesn't that husband of yours ever do any work?
Are you here again, Mother?
Here, I'm waiting to be fed. I suppose you came just to take the frankfurters out of my mouth.
I did not. I came because I took a good look at my shirt cuff.
But he just came back from the laundry.
Well, you'd better change laundries. There's a memo on it I wrote myself 2 weeks ago.
What's it say?
It says today's somebody's birthday.
Whose, I wonder?
Mother, is it yours?
One birthday this year is enough.
Maybe it's Shakespeare's.
I'll ask him.
Maybe we better eat, if you ask me.
Come on, David. I'll take care of you. Let Claudia talk to her cat.
Thanks, Mother. Lead me right to the table.
Hey, wait for me. I'm hungry, too.
Frankfurters. A fine birthday lunch they are.
You don't even know whose birthday it is.
Doesn't matter whose. They're still Frankfurters.
It's the second time.
Second time what?
Second time I've heard a dog barking.
Well, I didn't hear anything. Mother, did you hear anything?
I didn't.
You must have heard it. There, I heard it again.
Do you have ringing in your ears, too?
Mother, did you hear anything?
I think I did hear something.
It was a dog barking.
Well, these are hot dogs we're eating.
These aren't talking hot dogs. There. Doesn't he sound as if he's upstairs or downstairs?
Maybe he's on our doorstep.
Honestly, David, sometimes you talk such nonsense. People don't go around leaving their dogs on other people's doorsteps.
All right. Have it your way. Well?
Well, since he's not ours, I guess we'll just have to let him bark.
Well, thank goodness I don't live here.
Aren't you even going to look for him?
No, why should I? He's not ours.
I didn't realize you had such respect for other people's property.
I do. David, whoever he belongs to, it isn't treating him right.
He's probably hungry. He smells these frankfurters.
Wouldn't hurt if I opened the door and took a little peek at him.
No, I don't see why that should hurt.
Now, Claudia, be careful. Don't open the door too wide.
Mama, honestly. Who's afraid of the big bad dog?
If he looks nice, introduce me.
Well, what are you barking for? Hello. Oh, you're beautiful, you great big dog. You shouldn't have anything to bark.
Well, Dolly, what kind of a dog is it?
Beautiful dog, David. A Great Dane.
not a Great Dane.
Oh, you're such a beautiful baby. I could kidnap you without a second thought.
The feeling seems to be mutual.
David, see, he likes me, too.
I guess he's smarter than he looks.
Amazing. He looks just like the Great Dane in Mr. Flannery's pet shop.
Looks like the same dog.
Oh, you're such a darling, you old. I love you. He's licking my face. Oh, I wonder who could have left him here. He's been here at least 5 minutes. You'd think they remember where they left him.
That reminds me. I just remembered whose birthday it is.
You did? Whose birthday? Is it Doggy? It's not Shakespeare's, not Mama's. Is it yours, David?
Well, in a way, mine, in a very special way.
What way?
Well, in the way that if it weren't somebody else's, mine wouldn't matter very much.
Oh, David, that's very sweet of you. And I wasted all that sympathy on you because I thought you'd forgotten.
If I had, why would I be needing sympathy?
Because I knew how you'd feel when you remembered.
Darling, that wasn't wasted.
Oh, you birthday present of a dog. You're just adorable. I could eat you up.
Don't you dare. You'll be biting off more than you could chew.
Oh, David, I could bust. Oh, he's such a wonderful surprise, darling.
Now, come on in.
It's amazing, David. He still looks just like Mr. Flannery's dog.
No wonder. He is Mr. Flannery's dog.
But, darling, I thought Mr. Flannery sold him to someone by the name of Kelly.
You can just call me Kelly.
Oh, you wonderful dog now. Come on now, babe. Give me your paw.
Just look at her, David.
You're such an angel.
Isn't that wonderful?
If she can go so crazy about a dog, what's going to happen to her when she has a baby?
Don't worry, Mother. The baby won't be half as big as this dog.
You've made her very happy, David.
Oh,
And I don't mean just this birthday present.
And you've made me very happy, Mother. Because Claudia once had a birthday.
David, I think he's hungry.
Well, go ahead. Feed him by all means.
Get the Frankfurters. Would you like some Frankfurters, baby? I knew you'd like them.
Here you are, darling. Here's the Frankfurter.
Claudia, that's our lunch.
Mama, would you take lunch right out of this beautiful dog's mouth?
Well,
Here you are.
Hey there. Take it easy. One at a time. One at a time, boy. You're
Claudia,
a monster.
leave one for me. Just one, please.
Should we leave one for her?
I should say, just offhand, I think I'd say no.
Well, he says he thinks yes. My goodness, look at him. He eats so fast, he looks like he's going to choke himself.
Look at him
All
go.
right, Mama, here's your old Frankfurter. What's left of it?
Thank you very much.
Well, how's that, sweetum? Did you have a good lunch? He
Now.
said he had a good lunch.
Now, you come here. How would you like another Frankfurter? Well, that takes care of that. No lunch for Mrs. Brown.
Just think how lucky you are, Mama.
I'd like to know why.
Because now you won't have to learn how to bark.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Ask Junior to go on an ordinary errand, and you're greeted with indifference or even sometimes an out-and-out no. But mention that he's to bring home a carton of Coke, and that's a different story. Same with Dad. He'll have the service station attendant put a case of Coke in the car when he won't stop for lots of other things. They know what they like, that family of yours, and they certainly do like ice-cold Coca-Cola. Why not get the New Year's Eve supply today? Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and Bicidol mints that quickly rid stomach of gastric distress, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. It is an incredibly fast way to ease the pain. It's Anacin, a way countless numbers of people have found superior. Anacin acts so promptly to relieve pain. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in convenient tablet form. Thousands of persons have been introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and everyone can have the benefit of their incredibly fast action. So if you want to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin on this guarantee. If the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. I'll spell the name for you, Anacin. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets come in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at your druggist's today. Well, various principals have various methods of running their schools. Nobody is better acquainted with this fact than our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School. Now, you take her principal, Osgood Conklin.
And I wish you would. Mr. Conklin has always been a great believer in meetings. These invariably occur early in the morning before first class. This is to ensure that everyone will be as brisk and chipper as a damp pen wiper. Our most recent meeting took place in his office last Friday morning. Present were Mr. Conklin's daughter Harriet, president of the student body, Mr. Boynton and myself as faculty advisors, and Walter Denton, editor of the Madison Monitor.
This meeting is now called to order. As in the past, parliamentary procedure will prevail.
How extremely alliterative. Parliamentary procedure will prevail.
Silence. If you wish to speak, kindly raise your hand. The chair recognizes Walter Denton.
Walter Denton says, "Thank you, Chair." All I wanted to know was, why did we have to get here so early? Couldn't we have held this meeting later?
Quiet. The chair recognizes its lack of judgment in recognizing Walter Denton. However, the reason for this meeting can be told in two words. The first one is excessive.
And the second?
Please, Walter, don't interrupt.
That's right, Walter. Just listen.
Come on, Mr. Conklin. Drop the other word.
The other word is noise.
Noise?
Excessive noise?
That's why we're here?
Because of excessive noise?
This is beginning to sound like choir practice.
What kind of noise do you mean, Daddy?
I mean the noises that penetrate this office while I am trying to work.
You mean when the students are changing classes?
Yeah, and they make sounds like shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Hey, Charlie, want to play handball after school? I don't know, Fred. Old Lady Nelson might keep me in. I'll be able to tell you during lunch period. Okay, Charlie, see you in the cafeteria. Fred, I bring my lunch. I can't eat that slop in the cafeteria. Well, then how will I be able to...
Oh, shut up! I mean, the chair sees no cause for such graphic description. Nor is this specifically the excessive noise to which we have reference.
Well, then, what is it, sir? Is it the street noises that penetrate your office while you're trying to work?
The street noises?
Like honk honk, beep beep. Get that heap out of my way, Buster.
Oh, quiet. I called this meeting to secure some constructive suggestions, not to start a little theater movement. Now, stop acting and listen. During school hours, this institution is a veritable bedlam. You will now submit whatever ideas you may have toward mitigating this unhappy circumstance.
Well, speaking for the sounds that emanate from the biology laboratory, Mr. Conklin, Perhaps the flames of the Bunsen burners are hissing too loud. I could turn those down a bit. Then, too, I could cut down on the tinkle of the test tubes.
Then, too, he could put socks on the mice in the treadmill.
Well, as far as the corridors go, Daddy, you could ask all the students to whisper while they're changing rooms.
And if they failed to comply?
You might station monitors at strategic points to see that they did.
Yeah, or better yet, just string a banner across the hall right outside your office.
What would the banner say, Walter?
It would just say, shh.
That's worse than no noise at all.
It is quite apparent to me that now, as in the past, any feasible plan for combating a given crisis must stem from one source and one source alone.
Well, that's nice of you to say so, Mr. Conklin. But...
I refer to myself. However, before I disclose the cure, I will make known the nature of the ailment. There are only two human sources of irritation to me within the confines of this institution. They are A, the student body, and B, the faculty.
How about C, the janitor?
What is it we do that bothers you, Daddy?
You talk. During classes, after classes, during lunch period, after lunch period.
But, Mr. Conklin...
And you on the faculty are equally guilty.
Guilty?
It isn't the volume of jabber that's so nerve-wracking to me, but the fact that all these conversations are directed to but one target.
What target is that, Mr. Conklin?
Each other.
I tried talking to a board eraser one morning, but everybody looked at me funny.
If we didn't talk to each other, we'd be talking to ourselves. And what kind of a looking school would we be then?
Even you, Denton, should be able to comprehend the fact that when I say each other, I mean the male and female members of the student body and faculty. You know my anti-fraternization law. From now on, there will be teeth in it.
I don't...
Oh, you will, Boynton, you will. From now until further notice, I hereby decree that all members of the opposite sex shall refrain from any conversation not absolutely essential to school business. Boys and girls will sit on separate sides of the classroom, and during lunch period, male and female teachers, as well as students, will occupy two different sections of the cafeteria.
Daddy, that's positively medieval.
It's worse than that. It's medieval tyranny.
If I may borrow an expression from the undergraduate body, Denton, turn blue.
Just a minute, Mr. Conklin. May I say something to you?
First, I'd like to say something to you.
I wish you wouldn't. I don't look good in blue. That is, speaking for the faculty, sir, I'm afraid this edict of yours will be met with considerable resentment.
The temper of the faculty doesn't concern me in the slightest, Miss Brooks. Needless to say, stringent punitive measures will be taken if anyone violates my order.
But, sir, perhaps such stern measures won't be necessary. If you'll permit me to address the school assembly, I think I could get your point across by relating a humorous anecdote pertinent to the subject.
A humorous anecdote, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, sir. I told this story at a recent biology club meeting, and it was received with considerable enthusiasm by my fellow biologists.
I bet they laughed so hard they dropped their frogs.
Anyway, this story involves some extremely humorous characters. Their names are Timothy Sweeney, Patrick Clancy, and Seamus O'Houlihan. You see, it's about three Irish fellows.
Maybe about a bank teller in Dutch Guiana.
Please, Miss Brooks, let Mr. Boynton finish.
To be perfectly candid, when I discovered this anecdote in an old anthology of humor, it was couched in rather antiquated terms. However, by rephrasing it, I've brought it up to the minute. So, without further ado, here goes. One day, Sweeney, Clancy, and O'Houlihan were about to take a written examination preparatory to entering the police force. Now, see here, Begorra, O'Houlihan exclaimed with a merry twinkle in his Irish eye. I'm going to get the highest mark of anyone in the room. Now, what do you think of that?
I don't know. What do you think of it?
I'm not finished, Miss Brooks. When Sweeney heard that, he looked at O'Houlihan and, with a merry twinkle in his Irish eyes, declared, "Fiddle-dee-dee."
Oh, that's Sweeney.
Then Clancy, with a merry twinkle in his Irish eyes, averred, "Faith, and you'll get the lowest mark. Be Javers." Well, sir, they had no sooner begun taking the test when, lo and behold, a mounted policeman's horse wandered in.
With a merry twinkle in his Irish tail.
Please be quiet, Miss Brooks.
Oh, let her talk.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Thank you. After O'Houlihan turned in his test paper, Clancy and Sweeney accosted him, somewhat chagrined. "O'Houlihan, you cheated!" cried Sweeney, brandishing his shillelagh, a quaint cudgel indigenous to those lovable folks of the old sod. Then he said, "We saw you peeking at the answers in the back of the book." "Well," O'Houlihan retorted somewhat testily, "I vowed I was going to get the highest mark of anyone in the room. Now, I knew that fair and square I could get a higher mark than you, Sweeney, and a higher mark than you too, Clancy, by the same honest means. But when that horse came in to take the test, I thought I'd better cheat." Don't you get it?
I don't particularly want it. Now, what has that anecdote got to do with the current situation?
Well, it's about cheating, Mr. Conklin. Someone violates your ban against conversation between the sexes. That's a form of cheating.
A form of cheating?
One of the duller forms, I'd say.
Well, we've wasted enough time. Since there seems to be some doubt as to the efficacy of my plan, I shall put it to the acid test.
What do you mean, Daddy?
In accordance with my democratic principles, I shall put it to a vote at this meeting. All opposed to my plan will signify by saying no.
No.
All in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Mr. Conklin, what about our nose?
Keep it out of my business.
Aye, aye, sir.
Friends, if you suffer from acid indigestion, I hope you didn't miss reading this wonderful news. A headline that says, "New mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress." That headline is talking about new Bicidol mints. Doctors recommend Bicidol mints because the Bicidol medication acts at once to make painful acid harmless and give you fast 5-way relief. 1. Speeds relief from gas. 2. Sweetens your breath. 3. Gives complete, longer-lasting relief than baking soda. 4. Relieves stomach upset from too much eating, drinking, smoking. 5. Lets you sleep when acid indigestion strikes at night. So don't suffer acid indigestion, heartburn, or gastric distress from excess acidity. Remember, new mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. And remember the name, Bicidol mints. Bisodol. Get Bicidol mints for fast relief.
Well, at lunchtime, one half of the school cafeteria was roped off for males and the other half for females. But despite this barrier, Walter Denton managed to slither past my table and surreptitiously slipped me a cryptic note. The note directed me to report to an abandoned stockroom in the basement, and it also contained the secret password by which I could gain admittance. I was loath to take part in such sneaky maneuvers, so I didn't report to the appointed room until 3 minutes later.
What's the secret password?
Mr. Conklin is a schnook.
Correct. Enter, friend. Well, what do you think of this old abandoned stockroom, Miss Brooks?
I think we ought to abandon it. It's pretty stuffy, Walter.
Well, you should have seen it before I cleaned it up. This room is my answer to Mr. Conklin's ban against conversation between the sexes. It's a secret meeting place in which a few choice male and female teachers and students may conversationally rendezvous during lunch period.
Well, what do you know? A talk-legger. These are rather cramped quarters, Walter, but I must admit it's a good idea.
Thanks. Now, about the rates. I charge 10 cents for the first 5 minutes.
What?
And 5 cents for each additional 3 minutes. Those are about the same rates you pay for a phone call.
Yes, but the phone company provides a bigger booth. I'm sorry, Walter, but I'm not shelling out 10 cents just for some conversation.
I also told Mr. Boynton about it. He'll be here any minute.
Yeah, well, nevertheless, I don't intend... Here's my dime. Where do I sit?
You just park any place you like.
I'll get it. What's the password?
Mr. Conklin is a schnook.
Enter friend.
I cleaned her from top to bottom, Mr. Boynton. How does she look?
Miss Brooks always looks neat to me.
What he meant.
You give me 10 cents and she's yours for 5 minutes.
What on earth would I do with Miss Brooks for 5 minutes?
Let's pay an extra $50 and figure something out.
The 10-cent fee is just for the use of the room, Mr. Boynton.
Just for the room? 10 cents? Well, that's exorbitant, Walter. It's outrageous. It's unreasonable. It's...
Try bejabers.
Bejabers, it's too much.
Well, those are my rates. It's only fair I get something for my labors, Mr. Boynton. This morning, this was just a musty old room loaded with dust, cobwebs, gophers.
Gophers?
They've left. They didn't like the rates either. This is no time to economize, Mr. Boynton. Don't you think it's worth 10 cents to be able to sit around and chat with members of the opposite, you should excuse the expression, sex?
I suppose you're right, Miss Brooks. Do you have 2 nickels for a dime?
Yes, I have.
Well, give them to Walter. I don't happen to have a dime on me.
That's the quickest way I was ever beaten out of a dime. Walter, do you have 10 pennies for 2 nickels?
Yes, I have.
Well, keep them. I don't have 2 nickels.
I'll put you on the cuff for today, Mr. Boynton.
I'll go. What's the password?
Mr. Conklin is a schnook, but he really isn't, Miss Brooks.
Come in, Harriet.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Hi, Walter.
Harriet, my beloved, all this gloomy morn I have prayed for this magic-laden moment when you would come to me on the wings of love. That'll be 10 cents, please.
10 cents?
That's a nickel a wing. That's the price we must pay for your father's folly, Harriet.
Oh, please don't be too harsh on poor Daddy. The reason he's become so antagonistic toward fraternizing is because of Mother.
Your mother?
Yes, Miss Brooks. Mother isn't due back home until this afternoon. For the past week, she's been visiting Grandma in Montrose, and Daddy's missed her dreadfully. Why, it's become an obsession. Wherever he looks, he sees boys and girls together.
Him and Mamie O'Rourke.
Their conversing and having fun makes him all the more lonely. It's gotten so bad that he's going to stay after school and write an editorial for the Madison Monitor announcing his long-range anti-fraternization plans.
Maybe we can nip that in the bud, Harriet. Mr. Boynton, Walter, while he's writing those editorials, I think we ought to drop over and see Mrs. Conklin. She's always been very fair-minded about these things, and I believe I have a rather brilliant idea. Excuse me. What's the password?
I am a schnook.
Oh, Mr. Conklin.
Curiosity prompted me to read this unsigned, neatly typed note that I found in the cafeteria. Now then, will you open the door, Miss Brooks, or do your rules blackball schnooks over 40?
Not at all, sir. Come right in.
Daddy!
Mr. Conklin.
Yipe!
So we have the start of a nice little cell, haven't we?
Oh, you don't understand, Mr. Conklin. We know nothing about any notes you may have found. We came here merely to do some spring cleaning.
Spring cleaning?
Yes, sir. We decided that this room must be cleaned out immediately when we discovered that its inhabitants were behaving in a shocking manner and in flagrant violation of your anti-fraternizing rule.
Just what do you mean by that, Miss Brooks?
The boy gophers were holding hands with the girl gophers.
Our Miss Brooks will return in a moment. CBS Radio has an important suggestion for you, a suggestion that more Americans take a personal part in the international struggle for peace and freedom. Perhaps you have never looked at service with the ground observers as quite that, but that's exactly what it adds up to. Today, throughout the world, there's a struggle for the minds of great masses of human beings. Both sides have attempted to convince people everywhere to choose between two opposing ways of life. Since the end of World War II, America has helped great and small nations regain their stability and live in freedom. At the same time, using every means at its command, another major power has attempted to spread its influence. Now, at this moment in history, when we have every reason to believe the free world is winning the Cold War, we must be more vigilant than ever. We must keep our powder dry, our eyes open. To tempt a would-be aggressor by apparent weakness would be potentially disastrous. So let's all make home defense our business. Drop in at your local civilian defense office and volunteer your 2 hours a week with your local Ground Observer Corps.
Well, with Mr. Conklin's rigid anti-fraternization rule, Madison High seemed like an occupied country under the heel of a conqueror's boot, rather than the charming, pleasant little prison it had always been. It was obvious something drastic would have to be done about the rule, and that night, with Mrs. Conklin's assistance, we set out to see if we could abolish it.
I'll go lend a hand to Mrs. Conklin and Harriet in the kitchen, Miss Brooks.
All right, Walter. And need any help setting the table, Mr. Boynton?
I'm afraid I do. I'm not much good at this sort of thing. Would you give me a hand?
Both. I mean, you're doing fine, I think, but you ought to set those shakers at the far end of the table.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but you're standing in the way. Unless you move, I'll have to squeeze past you.
I know. Get going. It won't be such a tight squeeze, Mr. Boynton. Just try it for size.
Oh, okay. I'll just get you. I'll never get through that way. Now, maybe if I slant my shoulders, I can get through. Oh, Miss Brooks, I'm stuck.
So I was wrong. Kiss me.
There you go, joshing again. Well, I've got to admit it, Miss Brooks. You're as full of fun as Paddy's pig.
And I'm as Irish as a barrel of monkeys.
Well, dinner's almost ready, Miss Brooks. Any sign of Osgood?
Not yet, Mrs. Conklin. Apparently he's still working on those editorials at school.
Oh, such nonsense. Well, those ridiculous anti-fraternizing rules of his will be a thing of the past if your scheme works, Miss Brooks. And I'll do everything I can to see that it does.
We certainly appreciate your cooperation. I'd better move those casserole dishes to the other side of Mr. Boynton.
I'm busy mixing the salad, Miss Brooks. You'll have to walk around me.
Sounds like a fascinating trip.
Mother, Daddy's car just pulled into the driveway.
And he's got a big bouquet of roses.
Oh, dear Osgood, he has missed me, hasn't he? Oh, goodness, I mustn't get sentimental if your scheme's to work, Miss Brooks. We'll see how he likes a taste of his own medicine.
Martha! Martha! You, my wandering lovebird! Your mate is home!
Well, fly into the dining room, Osgood.
Martha, come into my arms.
Please, no fraternization.
What? Miss Brooks, Boynton, Denton.
Hi, Mr. Conklin.
Long time no see.
Be jabers.
What is the unholy three doing here, Martha?
We had no place to go, so Mrs. Conklin invited us to dinner. You see, sir, Mr. Boynton's apartment's being painted today.
And so is my house.
Mine, too.
Isn't that a coincidence?
We made a deal with the same paint company.
They only paint one day a week.
On Friday.
That's why they're called the Friday Paint Company.
I see. Martha, if you'll step into the den with me where we can be alone.
Sorry, Osgood, no fraternizing.
Darling, what are you saying? I'm your husband.
That's no excuse. Take off your hat, Osgood. Dinner's ready.
But, lover girl, I've missed you terribly. Look, I've brought you flowers.
Dump them in the salad bowl. I mean, get a vase, Walter.
Now, let's have dinner before it gets cold, shall we?
Dinner, yeah. You sit down here, Martha.
The seating arrangements are not up to you, Osgood. Since Miss Brooks has helped me to prepare this meal, I've asked her to take charge of serving it. She says she's learned some wonderful methods at Madison. Take over, Miss Brooks.
Thank you. You are to be seated at the head of the table, Mrs. Conklin. Harriet, you'll sit to her right, and I'll sit to her left. Mr. Conklin?
Yes?
You're to have dinner in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
With Mr. Boynton and Walter Denton. In this way, the males are separated from the females.
Oh, but this is absurd. I haven't seen my wife in a week.
This is the way you run things at school, Osgood, and you've got to practice what you preach. Now, into the kitchen with Walter and Mr. Boynton.
But, sweetie pie...
Come on, Dad, we'll have a ball.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a lovely full moon out tonight, Mr. Conklin. How did you enjoy it in the garden?
Frankly, I found it rather unromantic, sitting on the hammock between Boynton and Denton.
Well, Miss Brooks and Harriet and I are having loads of fun playing bridge, Osgood.
Oh, bridge? You need a fourth?
Sorry, no fraternization. If you'll escort Walter and Mr. Boynton to the den, sir, I've laid out a set of tiddlywinks for you.
Tiddlywinks at my age?
Some tiddlies are older than others.
Martha, I haven't been alone with you for 1 minute during this entire evening. It's almost midnight.
Well, so it is, Osgood. And it's time we turned in.
High time. Let us retire to our bedroom, Martha. Good night, Miss Brooks, Miss Bunch.
You know their homes are being painted, Osgood. I've asked them to stay over with us.
What?
What are the sleeping arrangements to be, Miss Brooks?
Well, there's only one feasible scheme. You'll sleep with Harriet and me in your bedroom, Mrs. Conklin. And you, Miss Conklin, will sleep in Harriet's bedroom with Mr. Boynton and Walter.
Oh, I will.
Don't be rude, Osgood. It's an emergency.
You mean I actually have to spend the night with Mr. Boynton and Denton?
Not the night, Osgood. The entire weekend.
The entire what end?
Weak, sir. The way you're beginning to feel about your plan at school.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you're right. Not only am I outnumbered, I've been outmaneuvered. However, if I agree to cancel my ban on coeducational conversation at Madison, do you suppose you and your cohorts could find some place to billet yourselves?
I'm sure we could, Mr. Conklin. We could all go home.
Home?
But what about the painters?
Oh, haven't you heard? The Friday Paint Company went on strike this afternoon.
On strike?
Yes, it seems they want longer brushes and a shorter day.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Paula Winslow. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
My friends, I'm Stan Fernando Red, the man who opposes tax. I hope I'm getting through to you because, brother, these are the facts. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters, and home freezers. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents the Red Skelton Radio Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, the man with the carrot top and the cauliflower ear, MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I suppose you're all worn out from exchanging your Christmas presents. How are you, O'Connor?
I'm fine, Red. That's quite a colorful shirt you're wearing tonight. Is it a Christmas present?
No, it's not a shirt. It's all the ties I got for Christmas. I'm wearing them at once. You know, Christmas is one time of the year when I wish I didn't have a nick at all. Hey, before I forget it, I want to thank you for the presents you gave me.
Oh, it was nothing.
I know, but I want to thank you for it.
Say, I want to thank you for your present, too.
Oh.
It's a little large, though.
Well, you can have it changed for a smaller size.
Oh, I didn't know you had any smaller pictures of yourself.
Oh, yeah, I have. I thought you'd enjoy the billboard size.
Oh.
It makes a nice windbreaker for a wheat field.
Well, Red, Christmas is over.
Yeah, and this show will be, too, now, if I don't get with it. But I got one thing for Christmas that will help me remember Christmas for the next 12 months.
What's that?
The bill from the store my wife shops at. Yesterday I called the bank and I says, "What's my balance?" And the teller says, "How much does this phone call cost me?" I says, $10. He says, "You can't afford it."
Say, when are you going to take down your Christmas tree?
Oh, never. Trees are so expensive. I use the same one only a couple of weeks, you know. So last year I just planted one in the front room.
Are you kidding? The tree won't grow inside the house?
Oh, yes, it will. I watered it faithfully every day. I put some Vigoro around it, too.
And it really grows?
I'll say. Only trouble, I'm having trouble now mowing the grass rug once a week. You know, it's a lot of fun to decorate a tree, though.
Well, you have to be artistic.
Oh, yes. Hey, you know how to get a good icicle effect when you're decorating
a
tree? Well, you stand and get somebody to stand in front of the tree eating a plate of spaghetti, and you slap them on the back. The meatballs make awful nice ornaments, too.
Well, tell me, what did your family give you for Christmas?
Well, Georgie gave me a pair of shoes, and my little boy Richard gave me a pair of socks, and my little daughter Valentina gave me some shoestrings. My feet had a very Merry Christmas.
Here are the Smith Twins to sing Kris Kringle.
Snow is on the mistletoe and Santa's work is through. He's closed his shop and packed his sleigh for you and you and you. Kris, Kris Kringle with a ting-a-ling-a-ling has started on the merry way. Kris, Kris Kringle with a ting-a-ling-a-ling has the brand new reindeer-driven sleigh. It's filled with toys for girls and boys and things the youngsters like to see. There's ties for Pop, a gift for Mom to spread around the Christmas tree. Kris, Kris Kringle with a ting-a-ling-a-ling has worked so hard throughout the year. He'll soon be here with a ting-a-ling-a-ling to bring us both some Christmas cheer. So hang your stocking by the fireplace and down the chimney with a smiling face. Welcome, Kris Kringle with a ting-a-ling-a-ling, with a ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. So hang your stocking by the fireplace and down the chimney with a smiling
With most women these days, the question is not, do I want an automatic washer? The only question is when and what kind. Now, I'm not knocking other automatics. There are several good ones. But I'm honestly convinced that on every count, the new Norge Timeline automatic is the simplest, most efficient automatic washer you can buy. That's quite a statement. But here are some facts. Only Norge has the Timeline control. Not even a dial to set. Only Norge offers wave agitation that gets clothes cleaner by actual tests and other washers, even wringer types. Only Norge gives your clothes 5 warm rinses, yet uses less water than the average. Only Norge spins clothes fluff dry, almost ready to iron, without bunching or tangling. The amazing thing is that instead of costing more, this new Norge Timeline automatic costs less than any comparable washer. Start the new year by saying good riddance to wash day work. Ask your Norge dealer for a free demonstration of the new Timeline automatic. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled The Day After Christmas. Chapter 1 is captioned Bad Business, and it concerns the woes of the Christmas tree salesman, Clem Kadiddlehaber.
Well, here I am. I did that last night and somebody threw me a fish. Yes, sir, here I am, Clem the Christmas tree man. Boy, business sure is bad. Yesterday, Christmas Day, was doing pretty good. Today, business just fell off to nothing. Can't figure out why either. I ain't got no competition today. All the other lots are closed. One guy got mad and burned all of his trees up. But I'm going to sweat it out. These trees, boy, I work like a beaver to get these trees. We're all enamel off my teeth. Christmas tree, get your nice big fat juicy Christmas tree. Buy now and save. Deal with old honest Clem. Use Christmas tree dealers. Oh, here comes a lady with a load of bundles. Here comes a bundle with a load on. I'll bet she don't see that strip of ice there on the sidewalk. Oh, lady, to the left. 2 steps to the left, lady. Oh! For a second, I was afraid she was going to miss it, you know.
Help! Help me up!
Why, Daisy, you. Here, I'll help you out. Give me your nose. You have a cold. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm so frozen my face is blue.
Yep.
Aren't you cold?
I'm freezing. I got so many goose pimples that are riding piggyback. Say, where'd you get that fur coat?
You like it?
Yeah. What kind of fur is that? Ermine dyed gunny sack?
No, it's imported gopher skin.
Yeah. You mean you took that skin off of some poor little gopher on a day like this? Well, I can just see the picture of that little feller running around me short. Oh, well, I guess you needed it worse than he did.
Oh.
I'll ask you again, what kind of a coat is that? And you say it's dyed mink. What kind of a coat is that?
It's dyed mink.
Sure died a horrible death, didn't it? It's pretty, though. It matches your mustache.
I believe it's getting colder.
Here, let's stand over by the bonfire here. Here, I'll light the fire.
Oh, that feels good.
Oh, fine.
Well, Clem, did Santa bring you what you wanted?
No, I decided to give up asking for brains.
But what did you find in your stocking yesterday morning when you got up?
My foot. I sleep with my stockings on, you see. Last night I got so warm I had to get up and take my socks off. And those pajamas, too. I always sleep in pajamas. They keep my underwear clean.
You get more stupid every year.
Oh, I do. Well, you can't say I'm in a rut. That's one thing. No, I'm kidding about sleeping in my underwear. I have pajamas.
Huh?
Keep them under my pillow in case of fire.
Well, here. Have a gumdrop.
No, I don't mind if I do. Gumdrop is right. All I got left is gum.
What did you think of the present I gave you, Clem?
Say, that was a dandy sweater that you knitted me, but I don't have 3 arms. Why, you didn't take my measurements right.
Doesn't it fit?
Well, there's only a place for one head. You forget I'm a double-decker.
Oh, don't be silly. I appreciate the gift you gave me.
It's all right, doze off. It's all right. What did you say?
I appreciate the gift you gave me. But to save my soul, I can't figure out what it is.
Well, that makes us even. Neither could I. But it was such a bargain, I just couldn't afford to pass it up. I think it's a monogrammed fly swatter with a year's supply of flies. I'll give you another gift, though, DJ. I picked out any Christmas tree that you like, and it's yours. I'll give it to you as a present.
But, Clem, Christmas is over.
Well, so what? Wouldn't you like to have a tree for Easter?
How do you expect to sell any Christmas trees the day after Christmas?
Well, I never was one for details, you know. If you're so smart, I'll buy a tree right now. If you were real smart, you'd buy it while there's a reduction on them, you see. Well, remember, it's only 12 months off till Christmas. Hello. A car just pulled up. I got that off of an English movie on television. Hello. Good show. Christmas tree, mister. Now's the time to get one. Take it on your summer vacation with you.
Look, Bullethead, I bought a tree from you last week. By the time I got it home, all the needles fell off it.
Well, that sounds silly.
What do you mean it sounds silly?
Well, I glued them on good.
I came to get my money back.
Well, how about taking another tree in exchange?
How about me giving you a black eye?
Put me down.
Oh, mister, why waste those beautiful muscles on a moron like Clay?
Yeah, well, there's so few of us pedigreed morons left, you know.
Hey, you're a cute little dish.
Now, this ain't dish night. You really think so, though?
Now, keep out of this, flappy ears. I'm talking to the girl here. What's your name, honey?
Daisy June.
Well, let's not get sickening about that.
Daisy June, huh? Yeah,
Stop hiding your head in my pocket. I didn't know I had false teeth, but they came out during conversation.
Look, bird brain.
Bird brain.
I like Daisy June, and just because of her, I'll buy another tree and burn it here to keep her warm.
Oh, you're so continental.
Nervous or anxious? What kind of tree do you want, mister? How much do you want to pay?
Well, let's see. Something for 40 cents. Do you have anything at that price?
Well, yes, 40. Would you like to have it on easy terms?
Well, I'll just look around. Bill, would you care to wait on me, beautiful?
Oh, charmed, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're the best-looking girl I've seen in years.
What's he?
I'm talking to her, if you don't mind. I said she was the best-looking girl I'd seen in years.
Oh? How long you been at sea?
Oh, don't mind him, mister. He's jealous.
Oh, Daisy Jr., forgetting I'm your boyfriend.
You know, baby, if I thought you had a boyfriend, I'd punch his face in.
What did you say, Clem?
I don't speak to strangers.
Oh, say, here's a beautiful tree, mister.
How much, baby?
Only $10.
Kind of stiff, but I'll tell you what, I'll buy it if you'll go out with me and have lunch. How about...
Okay.
Here.
He sure plays hard to get, don't he?
Hey, Rabbit Ears. Put this tree in my car.
Now, go ahead, Clem. Put the tree in his car before he changes his mind. And watch out of crossing the street.
Okie dokie.
Careful, Clem. You might get hit by a car.
Don't worry, I'm crossing in a safety zone. All the cars stop for pedestrians. Everybody in this town knows that. No! Must have been a tourist. He didn't even say pardon me.
Dave Rose in the orchestra, and Love Makes the World Go Round. And now for one of those helpful wash day tips from Jessie Cartwright, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Greetings, folks. During the holidays, if any candle grease drips on your table linen, remove it this way before you wash. Afterwards may be too late. Scrape off the wax, then press the spot with a hot iron over a clean blotter. Of course, with silks or rayons, you'd use a cooler iron. Then sponge with cleaning fluid.
That hot or cool iron business reminds me, aren't you supposed to wash some things in warm instead of hot water?
Yes, indeed. That's why the new Norge Timeline Automatic provides a choice of hot or warm washing. As we so often say, everything Norge makes right.
And it's true. Norge gets clothes cleaner by tests than any other washer. Gives them 5 warm rinses, including the overflow type, and spin dries them without tangling or bunching. The only work you have to do is press the Timeline button. There's not even a dial to set. Ask your Norge dealer for a free demonstration of the new Timeline automatic washer. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Chapter 2 of The Day After Christmas is entitled I Give Up, and it stars Junior, the mean little kid.
Now, how did she know I was doing something wrong? It beats me, boy. She will, no doubt. Hey, what did you want, kiddo?
Come downstairs.
Yes, ma'am. In a few minutes. At the moment, I is very busy.
Well, drop what you're doing and come down here.
Okay. I was pouring water out of the flower vase.
Come down here at once.
I better step on it, boy. I detect the hairbrush tone in her voice. I slide down the banisters. It will be quicker. Oh! But don't yell like that. You scared me, too. Goodness, you make me stop like that, and you know it's impossible to get a retread over the holidays.
Junior, you've broken 6 bases this week. 6. Now, how do you explain that?
Well, Sunday is the day of rest.
Look at this living room. It looks like a cyclone hit it.
Well, don't blame it on me. Blame it on Santa Claus for bringing me that chemistry set. The first thing I did was make myself a uranium spitball. Boy, we better move to Las Vegas to try out my other inventions. Anyway, I'd like to see more of Pop anyhow.
Your father doesn't spend much time in Nevada. He only goes there for big game hunting.
Yeah, shooting dice.
Junior, your father does not gamble.
Oh, living in this house with me is a gamble. The doctor would say.
Junior, come here. Mother wants to talk to you.
Well, does we have to go through that birds and bees routine again? Frankly, I'm getting quite bored of that, you know.
No, darling.
You told me about the birds and bees, and I kissed the bee and he stung me.
This is really something else.
So?
In a few days, the year 1951 will be gone forever.
Well, don't blame that on me. Nothing to do with you, kiddo.
We'll start a brand new year.
Yes?
And I think it's about time you make some resolutions for 1952.
Okay, I'm going to make 3 of them. First, wash 3 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
Second, never to refuse to take a nap. Now, how's that for a revolution?
Resolution. Not revolution.
Personally, I think it's revolting.
You named 2, Junior. What about the 3rd one?
I was afraid you were going to ask that. My 3rd one is not to pay any attention to the first 2. I had a little plan all breaked up, because I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyhow, so why be miserable, you know?
You won't be miserable, dear.
Yes, I will.
You'll be improving your character.
Well, I'm too much of a character as it is. Is you going to make any revolutions?
Resolutions, Junior. Resolutions. Yes, dear. I'm going to try to make your home life even happier than it has been.
You've been like this ever since you've been listening to them English movies on television.
Like what?
Resolutions. Can't we go down and have some to eat? Don't we have to get lost, you know? What do you mean that if I live a better life that you is going to perhaps top of page 27?
Well, I'm not going to burn the hairbrush, if that's what you mean.
I knew she'd find it sooner or later.
In fact, I've started my resolution already.
Oh?
Right now, I have something baking in the oven.
I know. I've been watching the smoke steam out of the kitchen.
Oh, good heavens!
Yes.
Oh!
Fire!
No, it isn't fire. No.
What's that?
The oven was too hot, and I burned the first batch of buns.
Well, shall I go get some onion cream?
Now, where's that cookbook?
It's over there. You burned that, too.
That's enough, Junior. Now, stop that. Now, go play with your dog. I'm busy.
Well, my dog is asleep on my bed.
What? You get yourself right upstairs and get him off. It's unhealthy for him to sleep on your bed.
Well, I know, but he'll get used to it.
Now, you go upstairs and get that dog off your bed.
I don't have to go upstairs to do that. All I got to do is open this icebox door. What, kiddo? Eat there, boy. Works better than a whistle. There, you hungry, Duke? Huh? Hey, what's the trick I taught him, Mummy? What's this here? Okay, Duke, set up. Set up, will you? Set up.
Oh, what a stupid dog. You told him to sit up, and he laid down.
Well, he's not stupid. You don't tell a dog to do something and he does it. But you tell a dog to do something and he do something on your own. It takes brains to think of that. He's not stupid. You see, he's part German Shepherd and he don't understand English very well. Why do you call my puppy dog stupid? You call him stupid and you're not.
Oh, no, now, Junior, now don't
You
cry.
know he's stupid, and I know he's stupid. But he thinks he's Einstein.
Now, darling, don't cry. I'll let you be the first one to sample one of my cinnamon buns.
Oh, no, you're not going to make no guinea pig out of me. Take it away, kid. Take it away. Oh, South America, take it away.
Now, that was not a very nice thing to say about my buns. Here, now try one.
Well, why press me luck? Here, I'll let the puppy dog taste it. Here, boy. Here, take a bite of it. Look!
Take it away from him. He's getting crumbs all over the floor.
Them ain't crumbs, them just teeth. Oh, look, his teeth falling out. Look at that. Oh, his teeth falling out. Oh, look at him sneer at me.
You deserve a good whipping.
Mummy, if you as much as lay a hand on me, I'm going to tell on you.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that you run a bookie business in the basement.
Why, that's not so.
Oh, no. Say where you are. This is a raid.
Hurry! Hurry! Hide the phone! What am I going to do to you?
Well, you know.
You go upstairs to your room and think about your New Year's resolutions.
Okay, Lieutenant. Which one shall I work on?
The one that will help you to be a better boy.
Oh?
And make you thankful for the things you have.
Well, has I got something to be thankful for?
Why, certainly everyone has.
Well, what have you got to be thankful for?
I'm thankful for you.
Oh, this kid blew her top. Boy,
Yes, I am.
sawdust is coming out of her ears right now. You're a real George, Clyde. You're a dreamer, you. You as thankful you has me?
Yes, darling.
Then why is it every time you look at me, you get up, walk across the room, and punch me pop right in the nose?
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Don't put off visiting your Norge dealer to see the new Timeline automatic washer. Ask for a free demonstration. See how Norge's new wave agitation works, how it gets clothes really clean. See those 5 warm rinses and how clothes come out untangled, almost ironing dry. Then compare the price. When you see how much less this new Norge costs than any comparable washer, you'll know why it's setting sales records. It'll pay you to see the new Norge Timeline washer soon. And now, until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
The Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So, hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lum Costello.
Now, where is Costello's house? Well, there's 204. There's 205, 205 and 7/8, 205 and 9/16. Oh, here it is.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, I never thought you'd get here in time.
How's Costello?
Oh, I'm so worried, Mr. Abbott. I've never seen him this way. I'm afraid...
Don't say it, my pal Costello. Oh, Mrs. Adams.
Yes?
If anything should happen to Costello, promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you won't rent his room until you hear from me, please.
I promise. Won't you come in? You'll have to excuse the appearance of the place. I haven't had time to pick up any of this junk on the floor. Try not to step on my husband. It's his birthday.
Yes, I'll be careful.
Well, I'm so sentimental, Mr. Abbott. Do you think I ought to stick a candle in his mouth?
Yes, by all means. Look, where is Costello's room?
Right over there.
Thank you.
Come in. Mother!
Mother? Costello, don't you know me? I'm Abbott.
Oh, those green slacks fool me. Abbott. Am I glad to see you?
What in the world is the matter with you?
I'm afraid there's a screw loose in my mind.
Oh, my goodness, you had me worried. I thought it was something serious.
It is serious. Very serious. My mind is just like a brain to me. Abbott, you gotta help me.
Well, what is the matter with you?
Remember that dream I had where the fella said every time I told a lie or did something bad, he'd blow a horn?
Well, what about it?
Do you know where I can reach Petrillo?
Oh, God, you just imagine it.
No, I don't. All day long, night and day, he follows me around, blowing that horn. Now I know how Betty Grable must feel.
Oh, Costello. You're acting like a child. You probably haven't had enough sleep. Did you drink anything last night?
You know I don't drink.
Were you out late with a girl?
You know I never have anything to do with girls. Did someone say Costello? There it goes again. Abbott. It's the guy with the horn.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Abbott.
Yes.
Is there anyone in back of me?
All there is in back of you is more you.
Abbott, there's something wrong with me. I knew it the moment I walked through that door.
How did you know?
The door was closed.
Mr. Costello, 4 o'clock, time for your medicine.
Wait a minute, Costello. That's a dog biscuit.
They work. I haven't howled in 2 days.
Will you stop this foolishness? You need a change of scenery. We'll drive to the beach and give the girls the once over. What do you say?
Oh, that stuff bores me. Abbott.
What now?
I heard that music.
I didn't hear a thing.
I heard the music. Oh, I wish my mother was here.
Why?
She'd dance with me.
Costello, you're going to drive yourself nuts.
Don't say that. Life couldn't be that cruel to me. I'm a nice guy. Look at me. I'm in my prime. Everything you live for. A perfect specimen. Yes, I am. I'm a perfect specimen. 260 pounds of bulging muscles. Flabby muscles? Teensy-weensy muscles? Blubber?
Blubber. Hey, who are you talking to?
The guy with the horn. He just gave me another argument.
Look, Costello, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just as normal as you ever were.
That's right. Kick a man when he's down. Oh, how could this happen to me? I'm good to my mother.
I got money in the bank. I love animals.
Hey, wait a minute. You say you've got money in the bank?
About $400. $28.
$28, eh? Oh, boy, if I could only get my hands on that.
What'd you say?
Well, I said that's a lot to have on your hands. Let me look at you. Mm-hmm. Ha-ha!
I'm dying. He's cleaning his teeth.
Costello, you're not dying. What's happening to you is far worse.
I know it. I knew it last night when the landlady brought up that pot roast.
Why, pot roast is very good for you.
That's why I think I'm going batty.
Why?
After I ate the pot, I had no appetite for the roast. What am I going to do, Abbott?
Well, Costello, anytime something like this happens to a man, someone has to administer his estate. Now, you don't want to leave all that $28 to the government, do you?
Oh, no. Some foreign country might hear about it and try to make a loan.
Sure.
Besides, I always figured I'd leave it to my Aunt Marie.
Your Aunt Marie?
Yeah. She was so good. She was like a mother to me. A father, a sister, a brother, an uncle, a grandmother. And we all lived together in one little room.
Now, Costello, we have to put the money where it'll do the most good.
I'd like to leave something to my girl Gladys.
Oh, why worry about her? She's got a good job with the carnival.
Yes, I know. But one of these nights, someone's going to throw that baseball straight and knock her head right off. Now, let me see. $28. That's not enough to start a college, is it?
No.
How about a small college?
No.
Junior college?
No, Costello. You're thinking all wrong. Who is your best friend?
You.
Now you're thinking.
Hey, if you'll forgive me, I'd like to ask a silly question. How do I know you won't spend the money?
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
Okay, now don't forget, we want to make this all legal and binding. We'll get a lawyer and put everything in writing. Is that okay?
Well, if you want a good lawyer, call my uncle.
Where can I get him?
Well, call Fiedlehopper Binks, Fernswagger Binks, Immelflocker Binks, and Spandolian Binks.
Why so many Binks?
It's the same guy. He'd just like to keep an eye on the others.
Look, which one is your uncle?
Jones.
Jones?
Yeah, of Jones, Fennis, Graham, Redner, DeWitt, and Mulrooney.
Then why did you tell me to call Fiedlehopper Binks, Fernswagger Binks, Immelflocker Binks, and Spandolian Binks? If your uncle is with Jones, Fennis, Graham, Richard, DeWitt, Mulrooney. Why did you tell me that?
Because Jones, Fennis, Graham, Rittner, DeWitt, and Mulrooney's phone is out of order. And Fiedlehopper Binks, Fernswagger Binks, Immelflocker Binks, and Spandolian Binks will take the message.
Wait a minute. Look, will you please repeat that?
Are you kidding? I'm lucky I got it out.
Wait a minute. Come on, let me hear what you had to say.
I can't. The line is busy.
The line is busy. Yeah. Costello, I don't think we should engage anyone you know. Let's be impartial about this. Let's get my lawyer.
Uh-oh. That's good. Wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
What do you mean impartial? If you can get your lawyer, why can't I get my lawyer?
Well, now, you see, my lawyer doesn't know your lawyer. That makes it impartial.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Ennis.
Hiya, fellas. Skinny, brace yourself. Costello has blown his top.
Yeah?
Yep. What's new?
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
No, Costello, don't excite yourself. Skinny. Yeah. The boy is emotionally upset, and I understand that musical therapy is prescribed under such conditions. Is that true?
Well, old therapist will be glad to oblige.
That's swell. All right, Costello, compose yourself. Skinny is going to play some pretty music for you. Now, sit back. Come on.
Okay.
Sit back there now. Now, relax. Now, I'll turn the lights down low.
Okay.
Now, close your eyes.
I got it.
That's wonderful. Now, put your head right on my shoulder. Are you comfy? Oh, that's wonderful. Anything else I can do for you? What?
Kiss me goodnight?
Yeah, well, you go lay down. Oh, get up, Costello, please. Oh, I can get him up. Come in, Counselor. Sorry I'm late, Abbott. I was detained at court. How did you make out? I was acquitted. Good. Mother got 20 years.
Are you having a party?
Oh, what makes you think that?
What's that beer barrel on the bed?
That's no beer barrel, that's Costello.
Oh. Well, that's that's the chump you're taking for the $28, huh? Hey, what's the deal?
Hallucinations.
Can't you break his leg? I'm terrific at assault and battery.
No. We haven't got time for that. Hey, Costello, wake up. Wake up!
Okay. Okay. Goodbye, Gladys.
Will you forget Gladys? Costello, I want you to meet Counselor O'Toole.
Oh, glad to know you, Counselor. Know anybody over at Tito Hop, Apprentice Grand Bing, Fettin'
Will you please, enough of that. Proceed, Counselor.
Costello, multiply 3,485,112 by 6,791,844. And, sorry, time's up. You're hopeless. I got hopeless fast. Now, in this $28 estate, are there any debts outstanding? Well, I owe the drugstore 30 cents for a quart of perfume I bought for my girl.
Wait a minute. Quart of perfume? That's pretty extravagant. Most fellows give their girl a dram.
Well, I guess I'm one of those fellows who just don't give a dram. Hey, here's her picture. Here's her picture. Name is Gladys. Isn't she beautiful?
Yes, she is.
She's got pretty eyes, hasn't she?
Yeah, her eyes are very pretty.
Which do you like better, the brown one or the blue one?
I can't decide.
The blue one fascinates me. But then again, the brown one goes nicely with the truck she's driving.
You stick to the case, Costello.
Are there any other outstanding debts against the estate? Yes, sir. I still owe Abbott 10 cents for the ticket she got me to see up in Central Park. 10 cents? Where did you sit? Up in Central Park.
Any other provisions you wish to make?
Well, yes, sir. If I am taken away, someone will have to look after my little friend. For instance, for breakfast, Rover must get a bone.
Well, okay. A bone for Rover. Go ahead.
Yes. And Tabby, just a little warm milk.
Well, okay. Warm milk for Tabby.
And for Flossie, just orange juice and toast.
Orange juice and toast?
Yeah, Flossie's my sister.
I'll treat her just as if she's human.
And she'll appreciate it very much, too.
Now, please sign your name here, Costello.
Okay, I'll sign my name down here. I gotta sign Costello. C-O-S. Let me see. Gee, I know it as well as I know my own name. C-O-S. What comes next?
Look, what do you have with your crumpets?
A bit. I get jelly all over me.
Will you please stop stalling and sign that paper?
Well, let me read it first.
Take your time. Go ahead. Come here, Abbott. What's the matter?
Got everything set, huh?
Yeah, I got Harry, the hypnotist from the carnival. I'm giving him a third. He's going to set up a whole works. We'll call him the professor. Costello will never know the difference. We'll take him over. We'll take him over there to be examined. You know,
okay.
Right in front of him.
Well, Costello, have you signed it? No. And I ain't gonna until I get the candy.
What candy?
It says right here, Tasty Mints.
Tasty Mints? Where?
Right
here.
That's
last will and testament.
Okay, I'll sign it.
Now all we have to do is see the professor.
Who is it?
It's Marilyn. May I come in?
Oh, Marilyn Maxwell. Gee, fellas, I'm bashful about a girl coming into my room. Would you fellas mind leaving?
She's just the person we want to see. Come in.
Hello, boys. Oh, hello, Louis.
Louis. Oh, she called me Louis again. I haven't been so thrilled since I took my first bubble bath.
Louis, what are you doing in bed?
Miss Maxwell, do I look all right to you?
No, but then you never did.
You see, fellas, you must be framing me.
Miss Maxwell, Mr. Costello is having hallucination.
Oh, Louis, I'm heartbroken. Would it make you feel better if I sang a song for you?
Would you, Miss Maxwell?
Uh-huh. And just because you are so upset,
I want to do everything I can to make things pleasant for you. I want you to hold my hand. Yeah. Now put your arm around my waist. And snuggle real close to me. Yes, I want to do everything I can for you just because you are in this condition.
Oh, brother, the years I wasted in my right mind. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Three Wise Fools, comes that lovely singing star, Marilyn Maxwell. The song, It's a Pity to Say Goodnight.
It's a pity to say goodnight because I never saw stars so bright. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. It's a pity to say farewell because the man on the moon won't tell. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. How's about tomorrow night? Just you and me. I'll be waiting for you, darling, underneath the apple tree. It's a pity to say goodnight because I want you to hold me tight. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. Every time we get to my door, I get a kiss, just one no more. Can't you see what I'm talking of? This kiss and run is nowhere, my love. It's a pity to say goodnight, 'cause I want you to hold me tight. But if you gotta get lost, you have to go home. If you're heading for home, baby, don't roam. And if we really must part, we really must part. Give me a good kiss goodnight. Hello, this is the office of Professor Wilkins, hypnotist, geologist, archaeologist, and Egyptologist. Office hours 12 to 3, which is exactly the score by which St. Louis beat Boston. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this place. Oh, quiet. Oh, miss, we have an appointment.
Please be seated.
Hey, you can't catch me! What was that? You can't catch me! Hey, there he is again. Hey, miss, what's wrong with that guy?
Oh, nothing. He thinks he's an apartment. He's playing hard to get.
He thinks he's an apartment. All he has on is a pair of shorts.
Well, he's probably unfurnished. Look, Abbott, I'll give you my $28. Just get me out of here.
No, this must be legitimate. I just want you to tell the professor that,
Abbott.
you know, that you can't, now don't interrupt. Tell the professor that you can't remember. You can't read it. You're going off your, what's that? What do you want?
Don't look now. But is that a horse standing over there?
Certainly it's a horse. But don't be afraid. Go over and pet him.
Okay. Please, sir, don't touch my horse. He makes me terribly upset.
Something wrong?
I'll show you. Darling, would you care for a lump of sugar? Merci, no. Did you guys excuse? Well, tell me, would you care for some oats? No. Je voudrais une pomme. You see why I'm worried? That horse has never been to France. Abbott, I'll give you $30. Get me out of here.
Quiet.
Professor Wilkins will see you two gentlemen now.
Come on, Costello. Professor Wilkins.
Be with you two gentlemen in a moment. Goodbye, Mr. Snodgrass. Feel better now?
I feel swell. I felt better in my life.
I feel awful. I'll be glad if I live through tonight. What are you doing tonight, Mr. Snodgrass?
Oh, I'm going to stay home and read. I'm going out to stick up a bank.
Fine.
Goodbye, Professor. Nice seeing you.
Drop dead.
Hey, what's with that guy?
Split personality. Which of you need help?
I do. I can't find my way out of here.
Hold on, Costello. Oh, Professor, this is the young man I told you about. You know, the one with the M-O-N-E-Y.
Who's got the mumps?
Oh, yes. Yes, I recall. Now, just what was your trouble?
Anytime I do something wrong or tell a lie, I hear music.
Very unusual case. Kindly answer these routine questions. Name?
Costello.
Born?
Once.
Height?
5'2".
Width?
5'2".
Chest?
5'2". There's no use wasting your time. I'm the same in all directions.
You shut up, please.
Age?
24.
Next?
Never. Like an ostrich. Hey, I hear that music again.
That's what I was telling you about, Professor. He's hopeless, isn't he?
Only a further examination will justify a conclusion. Now, in your family history, is there anything that you could consider abnormal?
Oh, no, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? What about that aunt of yours who sits in the street banging the cement with a mallet?
Well, that's not her fault. Her husband told her to hit the road.
None of this bickering. Now, Mr. Costello, please lie down here. That's it. Now, relax. Let yourself go. Tell me everything about yourself. Think back through the years.
I'm a little bare-faced boy skipping merrily over Smith and Dale to the little red schoolhouse. I'm hurrying toward it. Faster, faster. I don't want to be late. I've never been so happy in my life. The school is on fire.
Persecution complex. Continue.
I see myself now. I am 16 and coming home from high school. I'm coming home from the 3rd grade. I had a swell day at the reform school. Walking down the road is little poinsettia Fiedelhopper, whose father's with Fiedelhopper. I'm a flock of retina Fenniston.
Oh, no more of that.
No. I'm carrying little poinsettia's books. Suddenly, out of the woods come 4 bears. They knock me down. 2 sit on my arms and 2 sit on my legs.
And you're terrified?
Not at all. They just want to sit around and chew the fat.
All right, Costello, you said enough for $28.
$28? What are you talking about, Mr. Abbott?
I told you over the phone I'd split his estate with you, didn't I?
Estate?
Yeah.
You mean we went to all this trouble to convince your best friend he's screwy, have a lawyer draw up papers, have me set up an office? All this for a measly $28?
Well, you see,
Schizophrenia paregoric.
Well, what's that mean, Professor?
Mr. Abbott, you lie down on the couch.
Yes, you lie down, Abbott. Now tell us, what's your name? What's your sex? What Caucasian are you?
Wait a minute.
How are you first?
I'm not
What's your whip? And you want $28 from me? I'll take $15. I'll take anything off. Abbott, you should never sit there. Ooh,
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is ink. I-N-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The one, the only.
Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fanneman, who's first?
Just before we went on the air, we asked if there were any young people present who'd like to get married someday. And our studio audience selected Miss Mary Cool and Dr. Eugene D. McCann, Jr., and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
So you two are in search of romance, eh? Mary Cool?
That's right. Cool.
Oh, cool, huh? Where are you from, Mary?
I'm from around Milwaukee. I was born in Wauwatosa.
I had that for breakfast this morning. Why did you come to California?
I came to see the Rose Bowl game last year.
You were a little late, weren't you, Mary?
No, we won.
Oh, you won, huh?
Yes, we did.
And now you're waiting for the next Rose Bowl game?
That's right.
And what do you do between games, huh?
I'm a secretary.
And Mr. McCann? Mr.
right.
McCann, Jr., huh? Eugene D. McCann, huh?
That's right.
What does the D stand for? Does that represent anything?
Oh, that's the first letter of my middle name.
Well, that's better than having it the last letter of your middle name.
Not mine. It is the last letter.
That is the last letter,
Yes.
too? The last. Well, what is your name? Middle
Well,
name.
I don't use it very much.
Well, I won't tell anybody if you... What is it?
Duddy.
Did you say Duddy?
That's right.
Not Fuddy Duddy. Are you related to Howdy Duddy? What, does Duddy have any significance in addition to getting laughs?
It was my uncle's name. That's all I got from him.
Well, I must say he didn't leave you much, huh? What was your reason for coming to California?
I was born here.
I thought maybe you were trying to get away from your uncle. How old are you, Eugene?
27.
What's your age, Mary?
I was 21 on September 5th.
What year? Where do you work, John?
I work at Prudential Insurance Company of America.
And just what do you do there?
Well, I am a secretary, and my job consists of taking shorthand, typing, answering the telephone, and attending conferences, taking notes.
A lot of men sitting in the room?
Yes, there are.
It's fun, huh?
Yes, it is.
Around 5 o'clock, I suppose, you're on your last lap. Now, what sort of work do you do, Gene?
I'm an optometrist, Groucho.
An optometrist. Now, well, what's the difference between an optometrist and an oculist and an optician? Couldn't one fella do all three jobs?
No, they're all different licenses.
Well, they're all the same to me. No matter which one I get a bill from, I still can't believe my eyes. How did you get to be an eye, ear, and nose specialist?
I have nothing to do with the nose and ears, Groucho.
You had nothing to do with it?
No.
Well, if you had nothing to do with the nose and the ears, where would you hang the glasses? Well, have you ever considered sharing an office with a dentist? You know, you could then advertise an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Doc, do you have a slogan?
Yes.
Have you got a slogan?
Yes.
What is it?
You can't be optimistic with misty optics.
That's very quaint. Did you make that up yourself, Doc?
That's original, yes, but I happen to be an optimist also, so that...
What do you mean you're an optimist?
Well, that's the club that's in Los Angeles, and this is Optimist Week.
Well, what is an optimist?
Well, he's a member of the Optimist Club. They have, their main interest is in the boy. Their slogan is a friend of the boy.
Friend of the boy,
That's
huh?
correct.
Is there a sister club to that, then? Now, tell me, bifocals, do you work for somebody, or do you have your own office?
No, I've been associated with my father for 6 years.
You're lucky. Nobody's associated with me for 6 years. By the way, Rimsky-Korsakov, how is it you don't wear glasses?
I don't need them.
Well, don't look at me like that. I'm sure you've seen plenty of spectacles in your day. Huh? Mary, do you think you could fall in love with a nice, successful, young, clean-looking optometrist? Huh?
Well, I don't know. I've just met him.
Well, stop giving him the eye, or he's glad to charge you for an examination.
A free examination.
It would be free. Doc, would you mind looking deep into Mary's eyes and tell me what you see there?
Huh? The media is extremely clear.
What was that?
The media is extremely clear.
The media is extremely clear, huh? Still, it's been snowing in the mountains.
There's no sedimentation in the anterior chamber.
What did you say your middle name was? Doc, you're about as romantic as a dish of sauerkraut. Well, you two ought to get along beautifully. An optimistic optometrist and a beautiful girl. Therefore, I now pronounce you winking, blinking, and may you have many little nods. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to some interesting advice. See if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, give out with the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Prominent sports figures.
That's right. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
$10? In what sport is Earl Cashel famous?
Golf.
No, I'm sorry. It's tennis. Well known. I think he ranked about 6th this year in the United States.
They now have $10.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize.
5.
How much of the $10 are you going to try?
5.
5. Okay. Ralph Neves, Neves, or Nevis, is famous in what sport?
Horse racing.
Horse racing is right. Now I know where you put your money.
Now we're on our way. They have $15.
Now I know where your money goes. Now you have $15. In what sport are you going to bet how much?
10.
10. In what sport is Bob Dillinger famous? Take a guess.
Boxing.
No, I'm sorry. It's baseball. He's with the St. Louis Browns, I believe.
They now have $5.
Well, you now got $5. You can't get married on $5, you know. You're going to bet $5, huh? In what sport is Jim Ferrier famous? F-E-R-R-I-E-R. Jim Ferrier.
Football, I'll say.
No, it's golf. I'm going to give you one more chance to get rich quick. You answer this question correctly, and I'll hand over $10 in cash. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? Grant is right. Don't go away now. You're still in the running for the big question.
Groucho, the next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is ink. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, the studio audience selected a man who works for the city public health department and a housewife to be his partner. And here they come. Mrs. Emma Ziegler and Mr. Al Toribio. Meet Groucho Marx.
Mrs. Ziegler? I'll call you Emma, huh? Where are you from?
From 1550 West 52nd Street in Los Angeles.
Is that upstairs or down? I meant, where are you from originally, Emma? And I don't want to hear any nonsense about the stork either, huh?
Well, originally I was born in a barn near Lansdale, Pennsylvania.
You were born in a barn? Well, that was a horse on you, wasn't it, Emma? How long have you been married, Emma?
For 12 and a half years.
12 and a half years. Do you have any children?
I have 4 kids.
Oh. You have 4 kids, huh? Very interesting, huh? Do you have any children?
Yes, I have 4 children.
How did you meet your husband? I didn't mean to be so fresh, Mrs. Ziegler.
When we were deep sea fishing, I handed...
You were deep sea fishing? And you pulled him out?
No. He sort of helped me out. I handed him my uncle's false teeth.
What were you using that for, bait?
No, my uncle had given them to me.
You gave your boyfriend your uncle's teeth?
He wasn't my boyfriend then. He was a perfect stranger.
Well, did he put... And then you put the bite on him?
Shortly after that, he put the bite on me.
Mr. Toribio?
That's right, Groucho.
You're from the public health department, huh?
That's right, Groucho.
How do you feel?
I can't kick.
Rheumatism? Where are you from, Al?
City Health Department.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel, huh?
Swell.
Swell, huh? Got the mumps? I mean, what town are you from, Al?
Oh, Trinidad, Colorado.
How's the health in your family, Mr. Ziegler?
We're all in top shape.
All in top shape. Shaped like a top, huh? Suppose on Sunday you go out for a spin, huh? With all those children, Emma, do you ever have a case of the sniffles or a cold around the house?
Quite frequently.
What do you do in a case like that?
Well, one time when 3 of them came down at one time, I got out the sewing machine and started making dresses.
You always make dresses when the kids have a cold?
It's a good time.
Well, don't you give them any medication of any kind?
Well, I did that in between the scenes.
Well, you threw me that time, Emma. Mr. Toribio, how would you handle it if you came home and found 4 youngsters all broken out?
Well, I'd check to see whose children they were first.
You have a very suspicious nature. Haven't you got 4 children?
3, Groucho.
Well, don't come running to me with your trouble. Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. Run you $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The secretary and the optometrist lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Movie biographies.
How much you going to bet?
Oh, $10. $10.
Okay. Who played the title role in Wilson?
Alexander Knox.
Alexander Knox is correct.
Well, on the way with $30, Groucho.
Okay, you've got $30. You're betting how much?
25.
Who played authoress George Sand in A Song to Remember? The authoress.
Was it Merle Oberon?
It was Merle Oberon on the nose.
We're on the way now. They have $55.
Now, how much are you going to try of the 55? $40. Who played composer George Gershwin in Rhapsody in Blue? It's a toughie.
He's a director in New York now, stage director. Name of...
Take a stab. Oh. I'm sorry. As Archie Mayo would say, the bell is tolled. It was Robert Alden, and that's a pretty tough one.
They now have $15.
Okay, now how much are you going to try of the $15?
Let's take a 10.
You're going to...
10? She says 10.
$10. Who played composer Jerome Kern in Till the Clouds Roll By? Oh, that's a shame. It was Robert Walker.
And they wind up with $5.
Well, thanks and good luck. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But at the moment, I'd like you to listen to this. Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the health inspector and the housewife with $5 are leading. Our final couple doesn't know the secret word is ink, since they've been in a waiting room off stage. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a cross-country bus driver and a roller coaster operator. And here they are, Mr. Bernard Sampson and Mr. Robert Sewell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen, to You Bet Your Life. Mr. Sampson, you're the bus driver, huh? Which bus do you drive, Bernard?
Pacific Greyhound Lines.
Mr. Sewell, Mr. Robert Sewell, huh? Well, what do you do?
I'm a roller coaster operator.
Where do you do your operating, Bob?
An Ocean Park Pier.
Just where is Ocean Park Pier?
It's an ocean park.
You don't get around much, do you? Huh? Bus driver, are you still here blocking the traffic?
I'm still here.
Where are you from?
Chicago.
Yeah, you married?
Yes, I'm married.
How'd you meet your wife?
I met on a Pacific Electric train going to work. All the way downtown, I just kept looking at her, and she didn't say nothing to me, and I didn't say nothing to her. And,
Oh, you had a very interesting conversation.
Well, before I got off, I asked her for a phone number, and I told her I'd write the number down, and she'd give it to me, and she gave me pretty fast, and just about the right, and I ran out of ink.
Now, where were we when you spilled ink all over the joint? Huh? So, you ran out of ink?
And I wrote down her number with a pencil on a piece of paper and called her up and told her I was going to marry her. And here I am.
And since that time, you've been riding buses, huh?
Pushing the Greyhound down the highway.
What time does your bus stop at Long Beach, driver?
I don't stop in Long Beach.
What have you got against Long Beach? Let's take another ride on the roller coaster, operator. Just what do you do on your job, Mr. Sewell?
Oh, I release the brake levers.
That's all you do? Just pull the lever? Don't you do anything else?
Oh, we load the people in the train first.
Now, what do you do while the coaster is going over the track?
Oh, I just stand there and wait for it to come back down.
I mean, you just stand there and hope it comes down. Is that what you mean?
Oh, it'll come back all right.
You're pretty despondent about the whole thing, aren't you? Well, what do you do if the thing doesn't come down? How do you get it down?
Well, it's always came back.
Well, I can't shake your story, can I? Well, if it didn't come down, what would you do? Put an ad in the paper or something? Lost one roller coaster? Now, how long a trip is it on your booby trap?
7/8 of a mile around.
7/8 of a mile. And how long does it take to cover that distance?
It takes a minute and 45 seconds.
And how much does it cost for the ride?
25 cents.
For 7/8 of a mile, 25 cents. Huh? It's pretty expensive, isn't it? Bus driver, how far can I go in your bus for a quarter?
Oh, about 12.5 miles.
In which direction?
Any way you want to go.
Okay, up. What time is your bus stop at Anaheim?
I don't stop in Anaheim.
What have you got against Anaheim? Operator, how do you explain your exorbitant rates compared with the bus company?
Well, we have a very thrilling ride there on the coaster. It takes you up and down and around, a lot of twists and curves. That's a lot of fun.
A lot of thrills, huh?
Lots of thrills.
It's evident you've never been on a bus. Say, Greyhound, what time is your bus stop at Santa Barbara?
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, you stop at Santa Barbara, eh? What have you got against Santa Barbara? By the way, those roller coasters look pretty rickety to me. How do you know they won't collapse?
Oh, they're inspected each day.
Mm-hmm. Who inspects them?
I do. The inspector comes around once a month.
Mr. Sewell, you say you inspect them?
Yes, sir.
How?
Well, I'll walk over the track and see that everything's all right.
You go up over the top and all that stuff?
Yes. Then the building inspector comes around once a month.
You make him ride it? Huh?
No, he won't ride it.
He won't ride it. That building inspector is no fool, you know. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The health inspector and the housewife are ahead with $5.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Latin songs.
Latin songs. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You name the song. Okay, Jerry.
Amapola.
Amapola is right.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now you have $30. How much are you going to try?
$30.
You're going to try? Here we go. Give me the title of this Latin melody. What do you say? Take a stab at it.
Star Eyes, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry. You were close. It's Green Eyes. I'll give you one last chance to get rich. Answer this one, I'll pay you $10. What oceans have the same names as the Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company?
Atlantic and Pacific.
Atlantic and Pacific is right.
And that means the health inspector and the housewife with $5 get the chance of the $1,000 question.
Give the bit so much.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the housewife and the man from the Department of Public Health.
Are you ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help in the audience, please. I hope you've been reading your newspapers for the past couple of years. Careful now. Who was the Secretary General of the United Nations? Are you ready? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
We've decided upon Trigby Lee.
Trigby Lee is absolutely right. That's right. You win $1,000. You had the right answer, so you win $1,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
I'm going to improve the health of my children. We all need dental work.
What are you going to do with your money, Al?
I think I'll
clean up the city?
No, I'll look at the new car.
Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Groucho.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Cook and young Mr. Rush Cook. Sade is fixing a stern eye upon her son and speaking in this wise.
What exactly did Mr. Erickson say?
He says, tell your mother I dropped by to leave these beautiful, beautiful wallpaper patterns.
How long was he here?
No time at all. Ducked right in and right out.
Wanted to avoid me.
Yes, I believe that's a fact. Because all the time he was talking, he kept looking nervously out the window.
Afraid I'd pop in before he could escape.
Yeah.
And these are the beautiful wallpaper patterns, are they?
Beautiful, beautiful wallpaper patterns.
Beulah picked them out, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Erickson said a woman's taste in such matters is better than a man's.
Oh, ain't he the slick customer? The world's most wonderful landlord.
Hey, Guy, who do?
Devil. Hi.
I bet your mother took the early train for St. Paul, Minnesota.
Hi. What's these little tablet paper thingamadoodles pinned on the patterns?
Notes from Beulah to you.
Oh, indeed.
Greetings, friends. I hope I'm not too late for the banquet. Fact of the matter is, I was held up and robbed by two villainous road agents down the street.
Didn't bump into Mr. Erickson, did you?
Erickson? No, I didn't.
He waited till the coast was clear and both you and me away from home and then sneaked in and handed Rush a batch of wallpaper patterns.
Really?
These rotten things. Look at 'em once. Cheapest, shoddiest trash I ever seen.
That's certainly a poisonous green there on top.
Read the little note. There's a little note goes with it Beulah wrote.
Yes, his daughter Beulah picked out these samples. Tell what he said about that, Rush.
A woman's taste in such matters is better than a man's.
Isn't that a nice box of oyster crackers to take to the picnic? I'm the woman with the upstairs to be papered. I'm the woman that has to live with the wallpaper. But am I the woman to select the paper? No, sirree, sir. His daughter Beulah's the woman to do that. A woman's taste is better than a man's. All right, here's some samples of a woman's taste.
You do have a selection, kiddo.
How you mean?
Erickson didn't show up with just one wallpaper pattern. There must be a dozen or so in that pile.
Beulah winnowed out the ugly ones.
Mr. Erickson say so?
I'm quoting his exact words. Beulah winnowed out the ugly wallpaper patterns, sent over these beautiful, beautiful samples for you to make your choice from.
Sometimes I get discouraged, Vic.
Mm.
This constant battling with the landlord takes the heart out of a person.
Mm.
Never a week goes by but when he don't try some stunt or other.
Don't you generally emerge the victor in these encounters?
I'm getting worn down.
Mm.
The stuff he attempts to pull off keeps getting wilder and wilder.
Erickson is a scoundrel, no doubt about it.
Well, he can't do this, can he? We're the people living in the house. We got a right to select our own wallpaper, haven't we?
I imagine so.
I never heard of a landlord that done the wallpaper selecting for his renters.
After all, he owns the property, Mom.
Well, that don't hurt. We pay rent for the property.
We can move out any time we feel like it.
So which?
If we selected wallpaper Mr. Erickson didn't like and then moved out, he'd be stuck with the wallpaper.
Gosh.
Sure. Look, suppose I rented Smelly Clark's bicycle and then decided to paint it a horrible yellow. Smelly'd have a legitimate
Oh,
fee.
you're just arguing to hear yourself argue. Vic, there's no sense in what he's saying, is there?
I'm on foreign ground here, kiddo. I don't know just how the law reads on the matter.
We've rented houses before. We've had new wallpaper before. Do you remember any instance where our landlord insisted on picking out our wallpaper?
No.
Of course you don't. Sometime I'm just going to explode when he comes around here with his stunts.
Oh, I wouldn't let myself get upset, Sade. You know, you don't have to paper your upstairs with anything but what pleases you. Erickson's an old fathead. Let's just look upon him as an old fathead and enjoy a quiet laugh over his feeble-minded...
No, but a person gets sick of it after a while. It's kind of halfway funny the way he and I are always at each other's throats. Boy, you have to hand it to him, though. He don't quit. He stays right in there fighting every minute.
Suppose we look over these beautiful patterns.
Beautiful, beautiful patterns, God.
Uh-huh. Say, talk about your poisonous greens. This baby on top here takes the cake.
Could you imagine living in a room with wallpaper like that?
I'm afraid I'd grow morbid and homicidal.
Read what Beulah wrote on that piece of paper she pinned to the sample rush.
Let's see.
Read that loud.
For those who love a rich, restful emerald color, this lovely pattern should be a perfect joy.
Oh, my.
Rich, restful emerald color, huh? If I was entertaining somebody I despised for the weekend, I'd expose him to this rich, restful emerald color. And I'd guarantee by Monday morning he'd feel vaguely ill, be affected with spots before the eyes and a tendency toward involuntary shakes and shudderings.
What's underneath the rich, restful emerald pattern, Rush?
This nice wallpaper.
Oh, my stars. Are those baboons in the design?
Gorillas, I think. These are gorillas, ain't they, God?
I guess so, or apes.
Apes crawling around in trees and showing their teeth.
One of your Beulah's comments?
Yeah.
A touch of whimsy for the art lover. Your guests will praise your originality and humor.
What's whimsy?
Oh, cuteness, I guess.
Uh-huh. Thanks, Beulah. What's next, Rush?
This.
Alternating pink and purple stripes.
Ish.
I'd feel like a barber pole surrounded by wallpaper like that.
Hurt your eyes if you looked at it long enough. It's beginning to hurt mine already.
What's Beulah have to say?
No Uncle tablet paper pinned to this pattern.
Well, she just plain give up. Alternating pink and purple stripes were too much for her.
There's a comment pinned to the next one.
You appreciate why Mr. Erickson had Beulah do this, don't you, Vic?
Presumably in
order that I wouldn't get a hold of a catalog of expensive wallpaper patterns and select something that'd run him into money. He took no chances. He hunted himself up the cheapest, shoddiest merchandise he could find and let his daughter do the selecting.
He's a wicked landlord.
He's the world's champion landlord.
Ma, I'm backing up my argument of a minute ago about whether or not he's got a right to select your wallpaper for you. Bear in mind also he's got to pay for the wallpaper.
Well?
As long as he has to whip out his pocketbook and slop out the money for the wallpaper, maybe he figures...
Oh, fiddly-whittle.
No, but really. It's his house and his wallpaper. Probably he figures human flesh and blood is not obliged.
You're just arguing to hear yourself argue. Let's see the next sample.
Well, speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil.
The three little monkeys?
Yeah. One's got his hands over his eyes, one's got his hands over his ears, and one's got his hands over his mouth.
Wouldn't that be wonderful for our upstairs? Wouldn't that be wonderful for our upstairs?
What's Beulah's comment, Pitchfork?
A sweet little thought and a sweet little design combined to make this pattern a perfect darling.
You hit the nail right on the head, Beulah.
Wouldn't be such bad-looking wallpaper if the monkeys didn't look so stupid. They're out of perspective. Look, this monkey here's got a head twice as big as the monkey next to him. And over on this side, the half-wit monkey's so small you can't...
That's him. That's Erickson now. Calling up all axle grease and peach butter to inquire about the beautiful pattern.
Beautiful, beautiful pattern.
I'll talk to him, Rush.
Okay.
He'll think a cyclone broke loose. Hello? Oh, hello, lady.
Ruthie.
Miss Stembottom, please.
Oh, nothing much. Had to run over on West Monroe Street on an errand that took an hour or two. Stopped in at Miss Trogel's and Heddle's both. Oh, fine. Why, not that I know of. Vic's here, just a second. Anything up your sleeve for this evening? 500?
Sure.
Invite him here.
Go ahead.
He says grand, lady. Yeah. Say, how about you people heading over in this direction? Dandy. Oh, any time. Sure, 7:30, 4 to 8, 8:15, or kind of halfway and around there, Fine. All right, Ruthie. You bet. You bet. Goodbye, lady. She's sweet. Reminds me a good deal of Mr. Erickson.
He's certainly sweet.
Oh, how sweet. Oh, how sweet. The sweetest landlord in all the whole wide world. Let's see the next wallpaper pattern, Rush.
Purple splotches on a bright yellow background.
Oh. Look, Vic.
I'd get dizzy if he stared at that long enough.
A guy'd get downright sick.
What's Beulah have to say about it, Pillisnick?
A dainty design and a pleasing color contrast, certain to win the delighted approval of discriminating people.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Not much new. Oh, yeah, you remember Skinny Gardner? His wife just had a baby. Yeah, a boy. Yeah, we all chipped in and sent him a cute little blue cuspidor. Yeah, with a little blue tassel on it. Yeah, huh? Who's coming down here tonight? Dennis Day. Dennis Day, Duffy. The kid that's always trying to get Jack out of Benny. Well, he's leaving the Benny show to go into the Navy. Well, you can't blame the kid. What would you do if you had a chance to make more dough? Well, look, Duffy, I gotta go now. I'm taking Dennis out for one last big evening, and I gotta go out and church a couple of femmes. Huh? Church, Duffy. It's French for Huh? You got a girl for him? Your wife's niece, huh? How ugly is she? She looks like your wife, huh? Well, thanks for the warning, Duffy, but this dame ain't for Red Skelton. It's for Dennis Day. Besides, I got my own little address book. I'll call you back. Now, let's see here. Under the A's here, Anna Diefendorfer, Plaza 3997. What you doing, Mr. Archer? I gotta get a couple of dames for me and Dennis Day for the night. Hello? Eagle Wet Wash Laundry?
could you please call Anna Diefendorfer to the phone? Yeah. She's number 5 on the mango. Yeah, thank you. I get no kick from you. Eddie, I don't like to bother her at the laundry, but she ain't got no phone at home.
Don't worry, them gals of yours don't need no phone.
What do you mean?
They're the kind for whom the bell never tolls.
Oh, yeah? Well, Eddie, it's so... Oh, just a minute. Hello? Anna? Guess who this is? No? 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 Yes. Hello? How do you like that, Eddie? Acting like she don't remember me. And she washed this very shirt that I'm wearing.
Well, after all, that was a long time ago.
Let's see. I'll look up some more numbers here. I gotta get Dennis Day a girl.
One of your girls?
Yeah.
I got a feeling that day is done.
Don't be so skeptical, Eddie. Now, let's see here. Agnes, Audrey. Oh, here's one that's a dove. Beautiful.
In that book?
Eddie, they don't get in this book unless they're beautiful. This is the Dun and Broad Street of dames. You ought to see this, Audrey. What a luscious hunk of lusciousness. Oh, hello? Audrey? Hi, you're gorgeous. That's swell. Listen, beautiful, a couple of us is going out tonight, and we thought that... What? Oh, I hope you'll be very happy. How did a dame with a kisser like that ever get a husband? Now, let's see. Bertha, Beulah, and Brenda. I've been meaning to call them 3 dames for weeks.
Why didn't you?
I don't know them.
Now, how'd they get in your book?
I won them in a crap game.
Yeah, that's the closest you'll ever get to making a pass at them.
Now, stop annoying me, Eddie. It ain't a feat. Let's see. The C's here. Catherine Murphy, Cleo Patrick, Choo Choo Schmidt, Carrie, Clara. Oh, Camille. Oh, it's Camille. This is really a high-class dame. Hello? Oh, Stuyvesant residence? To whom am I speaking to, please? Oh, Mrs. Stuyvesant, would you mind calling Camille, the upstairs maid? What? Oh, thank you. Nobody home upstairs.
George.
Well. Hiya, Flanagan.
Say, Arch, what's in that little green book?
Dame's phone numbers.
Dame's phone numbers?
Yeah, so I can call him up.
So you can call him up. Arch, can't you whistle no more?
Finnegan, I never...
Oh, don't be modest, Arch. You know as well as I do, you have whistled at some beautiful dames in your time. Did any of them ever stop? Huh? For what?
Finnegan, that whistling was in the dumb, dark past, when I was just a little trite.
Oh, but you was the master. Remember, it was you that taught me to whistle at dames.
Yeah, I guess I did at that. Did it ever come in handy, Finnegan?
Once. I whistled at a dame and she stopped and began to talk to me.
Oh, what did you do?
What could I do? You only taught me up to the whistle.
Poor Finnegan.
Arch, do you think love will ever find me?
Oh, I think so. Sure, Finnegan, I think someday the right one will come along.
You think so, what?
Sure.
Geez, I hope it's a girl.
Oh, Finnegan, some guys is born handsome, some guys is born intelligent. Why were you?
I don't know. I guess it was just nature.
Yeah.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
How do I look?
Same as usual.
Insults don't bother me tonight. It's love, love, love.
Miss Duffy, how come you're so full of joy de vivre?
I'm going stepping tonight.
Oh, whom with?
Breckenridge Hobson fellow, the battleship painter.
Oh. Out with that rowboat Rembrandt again, huh? What's the big occasion tonight?
Well, they just launched a new battleship at his Navy Yard, and we're going to celebrate tonight. Champagne and everything.
Champagne, huh?
Yes. Say, Archie, is it dangerous to drink champagne with broken glass in it?
Not if you chew it properly. Look, Miss Duffy, you've got to excuse me. I got to make a few phone calls here. Dennis Day is going in the Navy, and I'm throwing a party for him, so I got to get him a dame.
How about my girlfriend, Katrinka Yarbutz?
That monstrosity? Girl Mountain Yarbutz? Big, fat, ugly Katrinka?
So what if she has a few muscles?
A few? Even the muscles has got muscles.
Well, that's good. Her strength comes in very handy, especially when she's out alone on a dark night.
What do you mean?
Many's a fellowship's forced to pick her up.
Yeah, maybe Dennis and me could take Katrinka. No. We better have individual dames. Let me see. Who else could we get?
How about Vera Fogarty?
Oh, no, not that. You think I would introduce Dennis Day to that man-crazy Vera?
Why not? If he's going to be a sailor, he's going to meet her eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Vera is kind of official with the Navy, ain't she?
Sure she is.
Yeah, chief petting officer. Look, Miss Duffy, leave me alone. I'll get me own dames. Now, let's see. The D's here. Daisy, Daphne, Dora.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Toby.
Look what I found on the tablecloth.
Well, kill it.
If you're lazy, hazy, kind of crazy, it's love. Imagine you imagining that you love me and starting on a family tree. Imagine starting on a family tree. The papa is you and the mama is me. Imagine you imagining a cozy flat complete with running dog and cat. Imagine having running dog and cat. We will have welcome all over the mat. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. Imagine you imagining a man and wife who'll go and buy a fork and a knife. Imagine eating with a fork and a knife. How rich he will be for the rest of our life. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, just love. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, oh love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. So if your knees go knockity knock, and you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, and if your heart goes bump, bump, bumpity bump, it's love, just love.
Let's see, there's nothing here in the L's. Let's get down to the M's. Oh. Emily? Emma? Mary? How did that get in there? Here's one. Emma. Hello? Oh, hello. How are you? been. Mm-hmm. Seen any of the old gang lately? Mm-hmm. Still living at the same old place? Mm-hmm. How's your sister Edith? Your sister's name is Peggy. What number is this? Oh, wrong number.
Where'd you win that one, in the poker game?
Hey, waiter.
Yeah, sir.
Waiter, will you take an order?
Oh, sure. What you want?
4 fingers of root beer, no chaser.
Well, Dennis Day. Well, Dennis, greetings to our establishment. What do you think of the joint here?
Gee, Arch, I think it's wonderful. It's super.
You really mean it? Gee, that's the first time. Honest, I feel like kissing you.
Go ahead. I only promised my mother about girls.
Dennis, I just meant hypotheatrically speaking. You see, it's at this joint that's called a dump by every jerk that comes in.
You won't hear it from this one. Gosh, I think this is a very interesting place. You know, I've never been in a dive before.
A dive?
That's what my mother called it. When I told her I was coming here, she locked me in my room. She can't get away with that, the old...
Dennis, just a second. This is your mother you're talking about. A blood relation. Remember, Dennis, a guy has only one mother. You shouldn't really talk like that about the old battle axe.
Well, I'm not a baby anymore. And besides, this morning she said I could go any place I wanted if I made all gone with my oatmeal.
Well, so what did you do? Did you sneak out?
Yeah, I tied sheets together and climbed out the window. It's a trick I learned from Mr. Benny in a hotel.
You mean Benny would... to beat a hotel bill? What a cheap trick.
Oh, Mr. Benny isn't cheap.
No, huh?
No, he only seems that way because other people spend money.
I see.
Introduce me, huh?
Oh, Dennis, shake heads with Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Mr. Day, you really as dumb as you sound on the radio.
No, that's just acting. In real life, I'm just as intelligent as you are.
That's what I thought. I had a feeling you and me had a lot in common. You a Harvard man?
No, are you a Harvard man?
No. Small world, ain't it? Did you go to Princeton?
What's a Princeton?
That's a college.
It can't be. Harvard is a college.
You're right. You're a very observant lad. I never went to Yale neither. Did you?
No.
Funny we never ran into each other.
What do you think of literature?
I never went there neither.
Two thoughts without a single mind. Look, Dennis, I got to make a couple of phone calls. I got a surprise for you tonight. In the meantime, why don't you sing a song for the gang here, huh?
Oh, sure. What's the surprise, Arch?
Well, I might as well tell you now. Dennis, I'm going to take you out for a real big evening tonight.
Really?
Yeah, before you go in the Navy, we're going to see that you have one last fling. I'm going to go out and get us a couple of tomatoes.
Tomatoes? What fun. Who are we going to fling them at?
Dennis, I mean girls. Go ahead and sing. I'll worry about dames. Now, let's see. Polly, Peggy, Penelope.
3 years ago this very night, I left the port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle, I landed in New York, without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore. But I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. So here I am, back again in dear Old Erin's Isle. Oh, the friends, they meet me on the quay and they greet me with a smile. There were faces there that I surely forgot, for I was so long away. But my mother, she introduced them all, and this to me did say, Shake hands with your Uncle Mike, me boy. Shake hands with your sister Kate. And here is the girl you used to swing down on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the Collins all. You're as welcome as the flowers in May to dear old Donegal. Oh, they gave a party when I came back, and they came from near and far. And the road was lined for near a mile with Irish jaunting cars. And the spirits flew like buttermilk to fill our hearts with joy. And the piper played an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. But tomorrow off to the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to me pretty little Colleen Bond, sweet Biddy McGee. For Biddy was true and faithful to her Dinny or the sea, and we'll join the harp and shamrock to the stars of liberty. There came Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malarkey, Mahone, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Dooley, Muldowney, Malone, Madigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Shanahan, Lanahan, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Kelly, Shapiro, McGinn. Then I'll shake the hand of me Uncle Mike and the hand of me sister Kate. I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small. And I'll live content and pay no rent in dear old
great, Dennis. You could smell the shillelagh in it. Well, now we'll get going as soon as I get us a couple of dames here.
Gee, I hope my mother don't find out I went out with a girl.
Oh, how would she find out if we don't tell her?
Well, every night when I come home, she takes my pulse.
Dennis, how long are you going to be tied to your mother's pulse strings? You ain't no baby no more. Today you're a man, ready for senility. Let's get back to the book here. Pauline, Patricia, Petrushka.
Gee, Arch, I bet you got a whole flock of girls.
Flock of girls? I don't know. No more than any other handsome, attractive fella.
Come here, Arch. Could I ask you something intimate?
What?
Did you ever kiss one of them?
Like to have $1 million for everyone I kissed.
What does it feel like to kiss a girl?
Oh, I don't know. Not unlike getting smacked in the face with a wet bar rag.
Gee, it sounds wonderful. Hurry up and call some girls. Quick, Arch.
Okay.
Meantime, can I borrow that bar rag?
Now, please, keep your horses on, Dennis. We'll get a girl. Now, let's see here. Ruth, Rita. Didn't have many of them, Mars. Sally, Susie. Oh, here's one. A dream dame. Oh, this is the one. This is the one I really go for. Hello? Is Simone there? Oh, hello, Simone. This is Archie. You busy tonight? You gotta what? You gotta wash diapers, huh? Goodbye, Simone. Boy, this has been a busy year. makes that Lee bristle. See here, Valerie, Virginia. Oh, that's the number. Hey, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I got you all set. One I forgot about. A model. A beautiful cover girl.
Cover girl? I hope it isn't Rita Hayworth. Orson would never forgive me.
No, Dennis, this is a different cover girl. A dame named Virginia. Pictures on all of the magazines. Hello? Is Virginia there? Oh, she's down posing at a magazine, huh? Which magazine? Weird Stories, huh? Weird Stories! Yeah, now that I think it over, it was a pretty dark night.
Mr. Archer, that lady over there looking for Mr. Day.
What lady?
Archie, quick, hide me.
Why?
That's no lady, that's my mother.
Oh, Eddie, quick, take Dennis into that back room where we keep the pig's feet. Try to make him feel at home.
Okay. Dennis! Oh, Dennis!
Madame, may I be of some service to it?
I'm looking for my son, Dennis Day. I heard he was in this rat hole.
Madame is in error. Perhaps some other rat hole? If Madame would...
Dennis! Oh, Dennis!
Madam, would you please kindly desist that big yap of yours? I don't know where he is.
Who's in this back room? Dennis, are you in there?
No, nobody in here but us pig's feet.
Come out here, Dennis.
Gee, pig's feet are hard to imitate.
Dennis, what are you doing in this low dive?
What are you doing here?
I came to get you.
A likely story.
Don't let her bluff you, Dennis.
Who is this big mouth beanpole?
Dennis, your mother wishes to meet me.
Oh, Mother. Mother, this is my friend Archie. He's taking me out tonight with 2 tomatoes.
Dennis!
But, Mother, you've always told me vegetables were good for me.
Dennis, do you think I'd let you go out with this horrible creature? This half-man, half-ogre? This grimy crumb?
Look, Mrs. Day, don't think you're fooling nobody with them subtle innuendos. Now, you'll excuse me, and despite of you, I'm going to make some more phone calls now. Let's see, the X's here. No, I don't know no X's. Let's see, Y. Oh, yeah. Hello? Is Yvette there? Oh, hello? This is Archie. Why? Are you doing anything special tonight? Yeah, huh? Well, look, have you got a friend? You have? Right there? Well, put your friend on. Oh, hiya, Toots. My name's Archie. What's your name? What? It sounds like a boy's name. Oh. I'm sorry, mister. The old badger game.
Archie, will you hurry up and get a girl? I'm getting older every minute.
Okay, Dennis, give me a chance. I'm only down to the Y's.
Dennis, are you coming home with me or not?
Please, Mrs. Day, calm yourself. Sit down. Have a pig's foot. Finnegan, come here. Talk to the battle axe, will you?
Certainly, Arch. Good evening, battle axe.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, that's the first time a man has ever dared call me that. And I like it.
Wow, it's mutual. Mrs. Day, may I say that you are a fine buxom of a woman? How's about us going steady, huh?
Well, Mr. Finnegan, I'm afraid you've talked me into it. Well?
Well? Hey, Arch, I'm up to the whistle again. Arch, what do I do?
Oh, take her down to Schimmelbacher's and buy her an ice cream soda.
Just a second, Finnegan. You're going to take my mother out?
Why not?
Does your mother let you go out with girls?
No, but your mother does. Come on, baby.
Good night, Dennis.
Good night, Mother. Gee, Archie, even Finnegan's got a girl. Hurry up and get one for me.
All right, I'm hurrying. Now, let's see. No more Y's. We're down to the Z's. Oh, here's one.
8 to 5. He winds up with a zebra.
Quiet, Eddie. Hello? Is Zoe there? What? When? Oh, that's too bad. Well, we all gotta go sometime. Well...
What comes after the Z's, Arch?
After the Z's. Look, Dennis, I promised you a big fling tonight, and I ain't gonna let you down, kid. Dennis, you like to go dancing?
Oh, boy, I love it.
Good. Joe, play something. Dennis, shall we waltz? Duffy's where you leave me to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Nice to wake out off Marshall. Yeah, the fop. Oh, yeah, great dresser, Duffy. Looks like he just stepped out of Courier and Ives.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It starts with D and ends with T. That's Dress, Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle, 2,000 years newer than soap. Dress brings you The Life of Riley. Dress, D-R-E-S-T, Dress, America's largest selling brand for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The name of Babs Riley's boyfriend, Simon Vanderhopper, affects Chester Riley in the same way that a lighted match affects a firecracker. Riley has just heard that Simon plans to drop in tonight, so the firecracker is beginning to sputter.
Babs, didn't I tell you good-for-nothing Simon can't come in this house till he gets a job?
But he's got a job. He sells novelties.
Some job. I've seen those novelties. Fake gardenias you stick in your lapel and they squirt water.
Oh, is that what he's selling?
Yeah.
Well, gosh, only a moron would buy junk like that.
Junior's right. Besides, that Simon is a crook. The one I bought from him don't work.
Well, it's just temporary till something better comes along.
Puppy rot.
Oh, relax, Riley.
Oh, that's easy for you to say, Peg. You're not a father.
Oh, Daddy, what have you got against Simon anyway?
I don't trust him. He's up to no good. He wants to marry you.
Me marry Simon? Oh, that's ridiculous. Simon and I are merely platonic friends.
That's what I thought I was when I ran around with your mother. But she didn't want to be friends. She wanted to be married.
Oh, well, if
Okay, let Simon come here tonight, but I'm going out.
Where?
Over to Maxie's Billiard Academy.
Riley. I've asked you a dozen times not to hang around that pool room.
Peg, that's a very high-class joint.
I just won't have it. Now promise me that you won't go into that pool room again. And if you break your word, I'll...
You leave me?
Yes, that's what I'll do.
No, are you kidding? Leave me? A husband with my personality? My looks? The kind of salary I make every... Okay, I won't shoot pool. I'll sit here and have my evening ruined by that sofa loafer.
Stop picking on Simon. Maybe all the poor boy needs is some intelligent advice.
Well, he'll never get it from me. I'm not going to waste my time on that gardenia squirt.
Well, maybe you could help him a little. You know, put him on the right track.
He admires you so much, Daddy. He's always raving about your personality.
He's raving, eh? Well, that's only natural. I'm lovable.
You could make something out of that boy, Riley. He respects your opinion.
He does, huh? You know, that Simon's got a lot of stuff on the ball. Maybe that's why I've always been so fond of him.
Oh, that's Simon now.
Good. Come in, Simon, darling.
Thanks, Babs, sweetheart. Gee, Babs, your voice has changed. So, hello, Mr. Riley.
That was Daddy who said come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. The only thing he ever says to me is get out.
Oh, well, that was the old Simon I was talking to. And we're burying him tonight.
Huh?
I'm thrilled you dropped in, Simon, my boy. Are you hungry?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm starving.
Well, we already ate dinner, but let me offer you a piece of advice. Simon, you got to get a good job.
Well, gee, I'd like to, but how?
Well, I'm going to get you a job. Now, leave everything to me. I'll dig around in my brain and come up with something concrete.
Oh, boy, that's terrific, Mr. Riley.
Junior, hand me the evening paper.
Here, Pop.
Oh, let's see. Oh, here's the one, Ed.
Babsy, while they're going through the ads, we'll finish the dishes, huh?
Okay, Mother.
Oh, here's a good job, Simon.
Well, read it, Mr. Riley, read it.
Young man wanted. Must be alert, ambitious, and intelligent. Well, let's try another one. Aha! Men wanted to sell insurance. Big income, great future, no experience necessary. Call Mr. Harris, manager, Paragon Mutual Accident and Life, Woodley, 2210.
Oh, boy, that sounds great. You think I can get the job?
Oh, maybe if we go about it right. Business is all a matter of what connections you got. I wonder how we can get to this Mr. Harris.
Pop, why don't you merely...
Quiet, Junior. Now, if I knew the president of this insurance firm, I could get him to put pressure on Harris.
Yeah, but, Pop, all we have to do is...
Junior. Now, if I knew someone who knew the president, I could get him to call the president and ask him to order Harris to hire you. This Harris is as stubborn as a mule.
Well, Pop, if you'd...
Junior, if you interrupt once more...
Okay.
Hey, I got it, Simon.
Yes?
I once knew a fella, Joe Kaplan, in Philadelphia, who has a cousin who's a big insurance man in the Panama Canal Zone.
Hello, Mr. Harris, please.
Now, if I could only get Kaplan in Philadelphia to put pressure on his cousin...
I'm calling about your ad.
And then Kaplan's cousin in the Panama Canal Zone could write the president in Paragon and ask him to put pressure on Harris in Hollywood, then you've got the job.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you, sir.
That's it. Junior, get away from that phone. I got to call Kaplan in Philadelphia.
Hey, wait, Pop. I just called Mr. Harris. He says Simon's got a job and he starts tomorrow.
He does?
Oh, gee. Thanks, Mr. Riley. You put it over.
Oh, forget it, Simon. I was glad to do it. Oh, it's you, Gillis. Come on in.
Yeah, I saw your lights were still on. How's about a little gin rummy, Randy?
Okay. But you owe me $210,000 from last night, Gillis.
Well, you was very lucky. You won both games. Hey, Riley, what's that red cycle on the calendar there, May 28th? Somebody having a birthday yesterday?
Oh, no. No, that's because yesterday was a big day. I finally got rid of that pest, Simon.
Yeah, what'd he do, elope with your daughter?
No, I got the little dope a job selling insurance. He'll be so busy getting thrown out of people's houses, he won't have time to come around here to be thrown out. You get it?
Smart, Riley. Smart. Well, deal the cards.
Yes, sir. I feel lucky tonight.
Good evening, Mr. Riley.
My luck has changed. Simon, what are you why aren't you working?
Oh, I am working, but I need your advice.
I'm very busy, Simon.
Oh, please, Mr. Riley, can't you spare me a few pearls of wisdom?
Oh. Well, if it's pearls you want, I'm your oyster. Shoot, Simon.
Well, there's a certain prospect I want to sell an accident policy to. Only I'm afraid to ask him.
Well, now, Simon, in my opinion...
Why should you be afraid? Don't he need protection?
Yeah. Yeah, Gillis is right. Don't he need protection?
Oh, yes. He's got a wife and 2 children. And no accident insurance.
Well, you come to the right man for advice. Riley's got 2 kids, too. And no insurance either.
No. Not a dime's worth.
I know.
Simon, this prospect that you got owes it to his family to buy protection.
That's right. He owes it to him.
After all, how much can this insurance cost?
Yeah, how much can it cost?
Only $12 a year. This is the policy right here.
Only $12? That's a bargain.
Why, it's a steal.
A guy with a family be selfish to turn down a policy like this.
Selfish? He'd be a monster.
Simon, you ask this guy right away.
Sure, Simon. Why, if it was me, I'd sign in a minute.
Here's a pen.
Where do I sign?
On the dotted line.
Chester A. Riley. There. Wait a minute. Give me back my signature.
Hey, what's the matter, Riley? You look fatigued. Still sore because Simon stuck you with that insurance policy?
No, it was $12 to get rid of that pest. But last night I had a little argument with the missus.
Wives is all alike. Yep. What was it about?
No, she found out I've been dropping into the pool room again on my way home from work.
Just like a woman. Begrudging a hard-working man a little athletics.
That's what I said, but Peg wanted me to promise on my word of honor as a gentleman that I wouldn't shoot pool again.
So what'd you do?
What could I do? I'm always willing to make my wife happy, so I promised. Well, 8 ball in the side pocket.
Hey, good shot.
Listen, Gillis. If Peg finds out I was here, I'm sunk. She's got a temper. Why, she's liable to leave me and go home to her mother.
Oh, don't worry. I won't snitch. I wish my wife would go home to her mother. And take her mother with her.
9 ball in the corner pocket.
Hey, you'll never make it from that angle. You couldn't reach that ball if you had a 12-foot cue.
Don't worry. Watch me.
Hey, Riley, you're climbing up on a table.
Who's climbing? I just got my left knee up.
Yeah, but your right foot's in the pocket.
That's okay. I know what I'm doing. Now. Oh, my ankle.
Now you've done it. Here, let me help you.
Hey, what's the matter here?
The clock fell off of the table. Help me get him up, Maxie.
Okay.
There. Now, drag him to that chair.
Oh!
Maxie, hold it. What's the matter, Riley?
My foot.
Well, what about it?
It's still in the pocket. Oh, my ankle.
Riley, what happened?
How did you get hurt, Pop?
I couldn't get a word out of Gillis. He just dumped you on the porch and ran away.
Well, Peggy, it was this way. Gillis and me were... Uh-oh.
I always told you to be careful at the plant.
The plant? But it happened when I was trying to... I climbed up on the... I got my foot... Oh, you're right. I knew that plant would get me into trouble.
Oh, gee, your foot's swollen, Daddy.
Yeah, take off my shoe, Junior.
Well, I'll have to cut your shoelace.
No, don't cut them. Those shoelaces cost money. Oh, well, don't stand there. Do something. Get some hot water.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
Get the iodine.
I'll get it.
What a tragedy. I'll be laid up for a week. They'll dock my salary.
But don't worry. You got an accident policy.
That's right. Simon insured me. Well, don't stand there.
They're getting the iodine.
Never mind the iodine. Get me the policy. And call up Simon. Tell him to bring the money.
Here's the iodine, Pop.
Paint my foot. Take a brush.
Yeah, but I can't untie this leg.
Well, cut it off. Don't worry. I'm insured. Cut the shoe off, too. And if you have to, cut the pants leg.
Okay. Oh, Pop, you'll have to move your other leg. It's in the way.
I'm insured. Don't move it. Cut it off.
Simon.
I ran over as soon as I got your call, Mr. Riley.
Did you bring the money?
Well, no. First, you have to file a claim. But don't worry. My company will pay you every cent this accident cost you.
Oh, you see, you're worried over nothing.
Well, here's a list of my expenses, Simon. Comes to $136.
$136? For just a sprained ankle?
Well, sure, I got it all itemized. 1 week's salary when I'm laid up. 1 pair of shoes I had to cut off. 1 pair of pants, iodine, adhesive tape, hot water, taxi fare, $12.
$12?
I'm a big tipper.
Now, wait a minute, Riley.
Peg, it's my ankle. Oh.
Okay, leave it in. Our company gives every claim, small or large, the most serious consideration. Now, just sign here.
There you are.
Fine. Well, I better get down to the office. Oh, by the way, there's just one little detail. Where did this accident occur?
Where? Oh, in my ankle.
No, I mean what place?
You happen to know that?
Of course he does. It happened at the plant, Simon.
Well, the fact is that...
Oh, at the plant.
Yes.
Well, that's different.
I get double?
No, you don't get anything at all.
Simon, what are you saying?
According to this policy, the company does not have to pay any damages for accidents that occur at work.
What's that?
There it is, in black and white, clause 397. Read it yourself.
Let me see.
Right there. Here, use my magnifying glass.
The company is not liable for...
Oh, but you've got nothing to worry about, Mr. Riley. Your plant has a policy covering all employees.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, but you see, I didn't...
I happen to know about it because my company insures your plant. So I'll just file this claim you signed under the plant policy.
Oh, no, you must...
Why not? You were hurting the plant, weren't you?
No. I mean, yes.
Relax, Mr. Riley. As soon as I file this claim, you're going to get everything that's coming to you.
What a revolting development this is.
Grass will bring the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. Meantime, this is Ken Carpenter. You know Riley, he's always trying to get out of work, so no wonder he's glad Peg joined the march to dress.
Dress your dishes and oh how they shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. Now don't you get left, get dressed.
Yes, get dressed, and no need for friend husband to wipe the dishes. Dress makes dishes shine even without wiping. Glassware sparkles like jewels, polished or not. Millions of women are now enjoying this wonderful, faster method of dishwashing. They've discovered that because Dress leaves no soap film to be polished off, dishes, glasses, pots and pans, everything comes shining clean, towel or no towel. And that's not all. Dress makes unpleasant dishpan grease seem to disappear like magic. There's no greasy film on your hands. Dress kind to hands, too. So first thing Monday, get Dress. The miracle suds backed by the Procter & Gamble name on every package. Don't get left. Get Dress. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Oh, what's the matter, dear? Does your ankle hurt?
Well, no, Peg. Why?
Well, you've got a look of agony on your face.
Oh, I'm thinking.
Oh, Daddy, stop worrying about that insurance. Simon phoned a little while ago and said he'd be over.
Simon, it's coming here? I'm going for a walk. Hand me my crutches.
You stay and wait for him. He probably has a check with him.
I don't want the money.
You don't?
No.
What are you talking about?
Well, why be greedy? I don't want to take advantage of the poor little insurance company.
Poor? Daddy, that company's got at least $10 million. Your claim is only $136.
Well, I hate to annoy their bookkeeper.
Riley, when you fell, did you land on your head? I never heard of such...
Oh, that must be Simon.
Hello, folks. Hiya, Babs.
Hello.
Well, Mr. Riley, congratulations are in order.
You brought my check?
No, I got a raise, thanks to you. Oh, things are popping. Everybody down at the insurance company is talking about you.
They're mad?
Mad? They love you. They kiss you. Here, have a cigar. Compliments of the manager, Mr. Harris.
But, Simon, I don't understand. What happened?
Well, I filed that claim that Mr. Riley signed as an industrial accident. But it turned out that his boss, Mr. Stevenson, didn't report it when it happened.
He didn't?
No, and that means that the policy covering the plant is subject to immediate cancellation.
That's good, huh?
Yes, sir. That's just what my company wants. They're losing a fortune on this deal with Stevenson, and now they can get out of it.
All on account of my little ankle.
Yes, sir. My company's got your boss in the worst jam he's ever been in. Thanks to you.
Oh, it was nothing.
I saw Stevenson this morning. Why, Stevenson was screaming and yelling, trying to find out why the accident wasn't reported. He's phoning up people left and right and firing them.
Hello? Oh, Riley, it's Mr. Stevenson.
I don't want to talk to him. Tell him we ain't got a phone.
Riley. You've got to talk to him.
Oh, boss. What's new? But, boss, but my ankle, okay, goodbye. He wants me there right away.
But what did he say about your ankle?
He said to bring my crutches. When he gets through with me, I'm going to need them. Oh, life is very confusing. Yesterday I had a job. Today maybe I'll be fired. Who knows what'll happen tomorrow?
Going my way.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fat. You look horrible.
I got this here sprained ankle, and I bought a policy and...
Policy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a coincidence. I'm on the board of the UELIS.
UELIS?
The Undertakers and Embalmers Life Insurance Society. We have only one policy. We cover you completely.
On account of this accident, my boss is mad at me. I shouldn't have said it happened at the plant.
Well, didn't it?
No, it was in a pool room. And if my wife hears about that, I'll never get straightened out.
Yes, you will in time. But first, go to your boss. Tell him the truth.
You mean you want me to dig my own grave?
That'll never happen while I'm around. Now do as I say. Pronto.
I guess you're right, Digger. Honest, I'm so mixed up. If I was a drinking man, I'd go drown my troubles.
Perish the thought. The curse of John Barleycorn can be disastrous. Take the case of my friend, D.T. McVicker, whose epitaph reads, "Here lies McVicker, a lover of Vicar, who said to himself, 'How a drink, son.' So he drank up a cask. What happened? Don't ask. Now he's this month's man of extinction." Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
You listen to me, Stevenson.
And you listen to me, Harris.
I repeat, Stevenson, when that Riley accident was not reported, it was a clear violation, and my company has a legal right to cancel your factory's group insurance.
You'll never get away with it, Harris. Let me tell you that... Yes, Millie?
Mrs. Riley to see you.
Mrs. Riley? All right, send her in. Harris, would you mind waiting in the next office?
Very well.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Stevenson, I
Mrs. Riley, where's your husband?
Well, he was afraid to come, so I thought if I could...
What do you mean, afraid to come? I've got to find out why this accident wasn't reported properly. No one knows anything about it. I'm beginning to doubt it ever happened here.
Oh, no, it happened here all right. Riley told me he wouldn't die.
And I'm sunk. They'll cancel. When I find out who's responsible... Yes?
Mr. Riley is here to see you.
Send him in. I want to see your husband alone. Please wait in the next office.
Oh, certainly.
Come in.
Oh, boss, what's new?
You blithering idiot. Do you realize all the trouble you're causing?
Boss, the accident...
This is the last accident you'll have in this plant. You're fired.
But, boss, the accident didn't happen here. It happened in a pool room.
That's no excuse. You were... Did you say pool room?
Well, yeah. I haven't had an accident in the plant since 3 years ago when I got my head caught in the time clock.
Why, Riley, that's wonderful. I'm going to give you a raise for this.
A raise? Gee, thanks, boss.
Now, step in here with me and tell Mr. Harris about the pool room.
Oh, sure.
Harris, here's Riley. Go on, Riley. Tell him where the accident happened.
Well, sure, it happened in the... Oh, hold on. Peg. It happened in the... Peg! What are you doing?
Go on, Riley. Tell Harris where it happened.
In the plant.
Where?
In the pool room.
Where?
In the plant.
What?
The pool room. The plant.
Riley, you're fired.
Do I still get my raise?
Get out of here.
Oh, no, wait, boss. I'll confess. It happened in the pool room.
The pool room?
Yes, I'm sorry, Peg, but that's the truth.
Well, Harris, try and cancel now.
Just a minute, Stevenson. You don't expect me to believe the testimony of this...
Idiot?
Oh, then you're not mad at me, Peg.
You're going to have to prove this, Stevenson.
But that's where it happened, I swear.
Mr. Stevenson, the new rivets we got... Oh, excuse me.
Gillis, tell him. Tell him where I sprained my ankle. You were there.
You witnessed the accident?
Saw the whole thing.
Then where did it happen, Gillis?
What? It happened in... Oh, hello, Mrs. Riley. It happened... Mrs. Riley! It happened in the plant, so help me.
But Gillis, you... Oh, he's lying. He's trying to protect me from my wife. I can prove it happened in the pool room. Come with me. Give me one more chance before you hang me.
Hey, Maxie.
Yeah, Joe?
Look out the window. Look who's coming here.
Hey, that's right. With two guys.
Yeah, they look like detectives. And that lady with him looks like a plainclothes man.
Well, say, I don't like this. I don't want no trouble. Joe, anything I say, you back me up.
Okay, boss.
This is the place. Hello, Joe. Hello, Maxie. Maxie, this is Mr. Stevenson.
Hiya.
Hi, this is Mr. Harris.
Hiya.
And this is Mrs. Riley.
Hiya.
Well, that settles everything.
Except one thing.
What's that?
Who are you?
What? You mean you don't know this man?
Never saw him before in my life.
Maxie, it's me, Riley. I was shooting pool. Remember, I sprained this ankle?
I never saw your ankle before.
Well, come along, Harris. You win. As for you, Riley...
No, wait. Honest, it happened right here, right at this table. The number 9 ball was over here. But I couldn't reach it, so I got up on the table like this, and then I made the shot like this. Oh, my ankle!
Riley, dear, are you hurt?
I sprained my good ankle.
So that's how it happened.
Well, Stevenson, I guess Riley was telling the truth. Let's forget about the matter.
Oh, my poor ankles.
Well, I'm sorry about your ankles, dear. But maybe this will be a lesson to you. Never tell lies to your wife.
You're right, Duncan. That's a lesson for all married men. If they tell lies, they'll wind up like me, without a leg to stand on.
Will return in a moment. But first, a word to all the lovely June brides-to-be. To help keep your trousseau looking fresh and pretty as the day you're married, always use Dreft. It's the world's finest care for silks, nylons, woolens. Yes, Dreft your nylons, and they'll stay sheer and lovely as new. Dreft that pretty new sweater, too. It'll come out softer and fluffier than with even expensive soap flakes. And your filmy lingerie. Dreft will keep the colors bright and sparkling, washing after washing. You see, Dreft leaves no sticky deposit in fabrics the way soaps do. Dreft suds rinse clear. So for brighter, fresher, safer cleaning for your nice things, join the march to Dreft. Don't get left, get Dreft.
Riley, why did you let matters go so far? Why didn't you say from the very beginning it happened in the pool room?
Well, I was afraid maybe you'd leave me.
Oh, Riley, you ought to know I'd never leave you. You ought to know why, too.
You couldn't find an apartment?
Oh, no, you big goose. because I love you.
Oh, Dublin. I never knew you cared.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Dress, the Sudsing Miracle for soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes, invites you to meet our guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix can currently be seen in the Paramount picture Calcutta. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script was written by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Ship, and Jack Brecker. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Babs is Barbara Eiler, Junior is Tommy Cook, Simon is Warren Mills, Stevenson is Ken Christie, and Maxie is Buddy Gray. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley and reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history, use Dress. Don't get less, get Dress. Say, what put the gleam in his eye?
The gleam in his hair.
And why is the gleam in her hair? Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Emerald Clear Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Prell reveals the radiant, gleaming beauty no soap or soap shampoo can equal. And Prell leaves hair so easy to manage. Radiantly soft, radiantly lovely.
Prell removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, a fact proved by a group of doctors. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week. And a little Prell makes mountains of lather.
And say, the whole family goes for that handy Prell tube.
Yes, no messy jars, no slippery bottles. Try the new Radiant Cream Shampoo, Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Yes, try Prell. Listen again next week when Dress, the Sudsing Miracle for soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Doggy's Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, no trace of Elizebeth and little Pearl has been found yet, and Abner's enforced bachelorhood is beginning to get the better of him. Anxiously, he awaits each day's mail deliveries, but always he's doomed to disappointment. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library trying to console and to advise his unhappy business partner. Listen.
Well, now, pull yourself together, Abner. If a letter comes for you, Dick Hudson will see that it gets over here to you.
Well, yeah, but I ought to have got a letter long before this one. Either from Elizebeth or that brother-in-law of mine won. Don't forget I wrote to him and asked him if Elizebeth was staying at his place down there in Texas.
Yeah, I know you did. You've told me that 1,000 or 100 times.
Well, why don't he answer me then?
Well, give him time. Give him time. You'll get a hearing from him. Don't worry.
Doggy's Lum, I just can't sit around this way waiting. I got to get out here and hunt for Elizebeth. Find out where she's at.
Well, we're doing all we can to find her, Abner. Just try to take it easy for a while.
Oh, I can't worry to death.
Things are going to come out all right. You just wait and see.
I hope so.
Just recollect that every cloud has a silver filling. That's old Eddard saying. Every cloud has a silver filling.
Yeah, wait a minute. There comes Mousy up out there. Reckon he's got a letter for me?
No, he might have.
Wait a minute. Look there, Lum. He's got a piece of paper of some kind in his hand. That's it. It's your short word. That's my letter right now.
Don't get your hopes up too high. That might just be a report.
Report?
Yeah, he's been out doing some detective work, trying to find some clues where Elizabeth might have went to.
Oh.
I told him not to make out none of them idiotic reports of his, but he'll more than likely do it anyway, as he always does.
Yeah, well, I believe that's a letter he's got this time, old unsure. Well, howdy, Mousy.
Yeah, howdy, Mousy. Come on in.
Hello, Lum. Abner?
What have you got there, Mousy?
Is it a letter for me, Mousy?
No, sir, this is an official report.
Uh-oh. I'm scared of that.
Dad, blame it anyway. Whereabouts is that letter for me? That's what I want to know.
Well, don't worry, Abner. You'll get one sooner or later.
Official report of Llewellyn Snavely Gray, alias the man...
Now, wait a minute, Mousy. I ain't got time to listen to all that prittle-prattle you always write down in them reports of yours.
Well, I made this one very brief, Lum, like you told me to do.
Well, it's still too long. All I want you to tell me is whether you found any clues about Elizabeth's disappearance.
Well, I'd much rather give it to you in the official form, Lum, and then you get the true picture of the whole
I
thing.
don't want to hear it that way. Just tell me. Answer my question.
Well, Lum, I'm sorry, but I'll have to make it in the form of a report.
Well, go ahead and give me the true picture then.
I always do everything right. That's what I always say.
Hurry up and make it short.
Yes, sir. Official report of Llewellyn Snavely Gray, alias the Masked Muskrat.
The Masked Muskrat?
Yes, sir, that's the new name I've adopted. It's my professional name, Lum.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
sir.
hurry up. Toad on.
Yes, sir. Alias the Masked Muskrat. Operator 13K58.
Just a minute, Mousy. The other day you was operating her number 26. I thought you was such a great feller for being accurate.
Yes, sir. Well, that's all explained in the footnote, Lum.
Footnote?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Granny, so you putting footnotes in these reports now?
Yes, sir. Here's the footnote right here. Footnote. Operator 13K58 was formally designated as Operator 26. Changes of this type are frequently made to confuse enemy agents, crooks, petty thieves, and other criminals. See how I've got it all down there for you, Lum?
You ain't the only ones you're confusing either. Now skip over all that stuff that don't mean nothing. Get on to the main part there.
Well, that comes next here, Lum. Let's see. Yes, here it is. And it's brief and to the point, too.
Well, good.
Question to be answered by report. Did you find out anything about Elizabeth Peabody's disappearance? And here's the answer, Lum.
Yeah.
Answer, quote, no, unquote.
Is that it? Is that your report?
Yes, sir. Now, isn't that nice and brief like you want me to make it, Lum?
Mistake. Now, why couldn't you just told me that without going through all that other rigmarole about masked muskrats and stuff?
You know me, Lum. I like to be accurate, you know.
Swan to goodness, if that don't handicap anything I've ever run up against my whole life.
Well, I guess I better get back on the job, Lum.
Yeah, I think you'd better, too.
I'll be back with another report just as soon as I have anything to report, Lum.
Well, don't make it too soon. If you don't never do it, that's plenty soon enough for me.
Well, I'll be back before that. The masked muskrat never fails. Hi-ho, muskrat.
Hi-ho, muskrat. That don't beat the bugs a fighting. A growed-up man running around acting like a middle-sized lunatic. Trying to be like some character in Friction that he's more than like to read about Summers, I reckon. If you see him coming back with another report anytime today, just let me know so that I can go and hide in a feed room or someplace. Abner, are you listening to me? Well, you don't look like it.
Well, I just sitting here wondering, Lum, why in the world I don't get a letter from Elizabeth. I can't understand it. Though Elizabeth's been gone for several days now, Lum, and I ain't heard a word. Not from her and nobody else. She just disappeared, and I ain't been able to hear a thing from
I know
her.
all about it. You don't have to tell me about it. You'll hear from her, don't worry.
I don't know.
I don't believe the mail hack's got in here yet today. He's been coming pretty late the last couple of weeks.
Well, he come early yesterday and the day before that, too. I was down there at the post office waiting for him.
Well, I mean, some days he comes late. This is more than likely one of them.
Well, I wish he'd hurry up and get here before I go plumb stark raving mad crazy. Well, hello, Cedric.
Wonderful world.
Yeah, come on in, Cedric.
Yeah, come on in. What can we do for you today?
Let's see now. What did I come over here for?
Well, can't you recollect, Cedric?
Oh, I'll get it. Just don't rush me. Let me study on it here a minute.
Now, let's see now. What could you come over here for? What, was it some groceries or some kind you wanted?
No, Mom, I don't believe it was groceries.
Was it some horseshoes for your pa's blacksmith shop?
No, Mom. No, I know it weren't that.
Let's see. Was it sugar? Have you got your sugar rationing book with you?
No. I believe you're getting warm, though. Seems like I brung something with me.
Let's see.
Just a minute, Cedric. It weren't a letter, right? Letter? Oh, yes, Mom, that's it. Yep, that's it, all right, a letter. It's just what it is.
A letter? Well, all right, doggy, here, give it here quick, Sandy. I knowed I'd get one today. I knowed it. I just felt it all along, Mom. Whereabouts is it from, Cedric?
Oh, I don't know. I never even looked. Here, you can find out for yourself. I got to go doing some more detective work.
Well, here, you take the letter and read it to me, Lum. I'm too excited to even think.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, hurry up.
I'll see you fellas later. I got to get on the job. I'm assistant to be a big detective now.
Yeah? Who is he?
Well, I can't tell. It's a secret. So long. Hi-ho, muskrat.
Hurry up, Lum. Hurry up. Read it, Lum. What did it say? What's it about?
Wait till I finish getting it open here.
Is it from Texas? Is it from Elizebeth's brother or from Elizebeth, Lum?
Well, let's see here. I know. This is from the Treasury Department.
The Treasury Department?
That's what it says here.
Well, I do know. Has that woman of mine went clean to Washington?
To Washington?
Why, sure. Ain't that where the Treasury Department is at, is Washington? Ain't that where you said Elizebeth was writing a letter from?
Well, the letter come from there, but Elizebeth never wrote it.
She never, huh?
Of course not.
Well, who did then?
Let's see.
Hurry up, Lum.
Here it is. The War Saving Staff of the Treasury Department.
Was they the one that had seen Elizebeth there in Washington?
No, they never seen Elizabeth.
Well, how'd they find out she was there then?
Abner, if you'll just let me explain, I'll tell you what this letter's all about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tells about a big Retailers for Victory campaign.
Is Elizabeth running a campaign now?
No. The government is.
They've
asked us to join up with this campaign and start selling war bonds and stamps right here in the store. Says here that all the big and little retailers all over the country is joining up.
Well?
Granny, they can depend on us to do our share, too. We'll sell more than our quarter. I can tell you that right now.
Well, is there a profit in selling them bonds and stamps in the store here?
Why, of course not. Wait a minute. Yeah, there is, too, a profit.
There is, huh?
Every time we sell a war bond or a stamp, we earn ourselves a nice big dividend.
Well?
Only it ain't in money. It's in freedom. Freedom for the future. And that's worth a heap more than dollars and pennies.
Well, I do know. Well, I reckon how Elizabeth learned all that so quick, Lum. She's a smart woman, I'll say that for her.
Elizabeth?
Why, sure. She must have been the one that got the government to write us. Nobody else in Washington knows us, do they?
No, of course not. But the idea of this is that
you reckon Elizabeth has went and got herself into Congress?
Congress?
I bound you. That's just about what she did. Is sure to her. Well, bless her heart. You recollect how she wanted to join up with them women suffering not so long ago around here?
Women suffragettes.
Yeah, that's it, man. How she always wanted to run for some office, and I had to keep telling her that a woman's place was in the home and chopping wood.
Abner, this ain't got nothing to do with that.
I doggy, I better go home and get packed up. Reckon how soon I can get a train for Washington, Lum?
Abner, you ain't going to Washington. Can't you understand that this letter don't say nothing about Elizabeth?
Oh, trying to keep it from me, huh?
No. They just want us to start selling all the bonds and stamps we can and help win the war. And they want us to get everybody in Pine Ridge to come in and do their share by buying them.
Is that what they want?
Why, sure. Now, do you understand what this is all about?
Oh, yeah, sure. I understand it now. Yeah.
Good. That's a relief.
Doggy, that sounds like a good idea, too, this Retailers for Victory campaign. I'm just sorrowful that I won't be able to help you with it, Lum.
Won't be able to help with it?
No.
Why won't you?
Well, I've got to go to Washington and get Elizabeth.
Oh, for goodness.
Andy, come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Of the many social affairs that the Mystic Knights of the Sea Lodge holds during the course of the year, there is none that everybody looks forward to as much as the annual masquerade. It's going to take place tonight in the big auditorium at the Lodge Hall. At the moment, Amos, Andy, and the Kingfish are in Andy's office discussing the costume situation.
Oh, I tell you, fellas, me and Ruby are sure looking forward to the masquerade ball tonight.
Yeah, gonna be a great affair, all right.
What is you gonna wear, Emma?
Well, me and Ruby got a couple of nice costumes. Well, I don't want to tell you what they is. You'll see them tonight.
Yeah, well, it ain't no secret how me and the Battle Axe is going. My wife is going as the Statue of Liberty, and I is going as Bluebird the Pirate.
Yeah, well, you taking Madam Queen, ain't you, Andy?
Yeah, that's right.
What is she going to get dressed up as?
Little Red Riding Hood.
You mean Big Red Riding Hood, don't you?
Yeah, the wolf wouldn't stand a chance with her. Well, you know that? He wouldn't stand a chance. No, sir. But listen, Kingfish, before I forget it, if you'll dance with Madam Queen, I'll dance with your wife.
If I dance with Madam Queen, you'll dance with my wife.
Yeah.
I'll give you about 100 pounds there, you know. Nothing doing, son.
Say, Andy, you ain't told us what you gonna wear to the masquerade.
Well, I don't know yet.
You don't know yet?
No.
Well, how long you expect to wait? The ball starts in a couple of hours.
Well, I know it. I ain't been able to get no costume. The only ones they got left is the ones that cost $12 or $15.
How much you got to spend, Andy?
$5.
You got $5, huh?
Yeah.
Well, look, Andy, I might be able to get you a costume with all the disconnections I got.
Yeah, you ought to have a costume of some kind, Andy.
Yeah, well, do that. Try to get me one, will you, Kingfish? Get me something good, though. Prince Charming or Robin Hood, something like that.
Hey, you're shooting awful high there for $5, Andy. What I might be able to do is get you a part of a costume. You know, the blouse and the hat and all that.
Yeah, well, that'd be all right. Then I could wear my own pants, be Andy Brown below the waist, and Robin Hood up above.
Is this the elite costume company?
That's right. Mr. Phillips speaking.
Well, Miss Phillips, this is the Kingfish. I has got a bosom pal that's coming down masquerade tonight, a fella about my size. I want to help him, and I was wondering if you has got a costume over there that I could rent for him for, say, $2, and you could bill me for $5 and give me a $3 rebate.
Well, sounds like somebody's going to take a licking.
Oh, no, sir, Miss Phillips, no, sir. This is a legitimate business deal I got here. It's what they call a compound discount on a bosom pal. That's what it is.
Well, anyway, Kingfish, I don't have a costume left in the place. The crowd that you were having over to your masquerade tonight cleaned me out. Sorry.
Well, thank you just the same, Miss Phillips. Goodbye. Getting it so you can't even help a pal when you want to. What is the world coming to? Oh, come in, Lightning.
Oh, hello there. The Lord sure do look pretty with them paper streamers hung up.
Yeah, what kind of costume you wearing tonight, Lightning?
Oh, I was going to the masquerade some other time. I can't go this year. I gotta stay home now. You see, my wife has been putting in 7 days a week at the lunchroom, and when she come home at night, she got a lot of housework to do.
Yeah. Well, you could come, though, couldn't you, Lightning?
No, sir. I wouldn't leave her alone with all that work. I want to be there to cheer her up while she do it. Well, I got to go home now and do something for a new roomer that we took into play.
You say you took in a roomer, huh? Trying to unfray expenses?
Yeah, so we took in a policeman, a fellow by the name of Officer Joe Harris. He's a nice man, a big fella, too. He went to Philadelphia for the weekend. I got to press his uniform while he gone.
Did you say uniform, and it's at your house now, and he ain't going to be back till Monday?
Yeah, sir.
Say, wait a minute, Lightning. I know him. I know Joe Harris. Say, tell me, how is my old pal Joe? Is it still about size 44?
Yeah, sir. I guess that's about what he is. You was good friends with him?
Oh, like brothers. Can you beat that? My old pal back in town, size 44. Ain't coming back till Monday, huh? I'll tell you what I'll do, Lightning. I'll borrow my pal's uniform for the masquerade tonight, and I'll have it back in the morning, and then you can press it.
I wonder what Officer Harris is going to say.
Oh, Harris, who? Oh, yeah, you mean my pal, yeah, Joe Harris, yeah, size 44. Oh, no, he ain't gonna say nothing. Now, you go ahead. I got to make a phone call, Lightning.
All right, sir. I'll get back to my place right there.
Well, I kind of got a break there, all right. Who would have ever thunk that a man's best friend is a policeman?
Hello?
Brother Andy, this is your pal, the Kingfish, talking.
Oh, yeah, what happened, Kingfish?
Well, I got your costume for the ball tonight. A beautiful policeman's uniform.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I'll have it in here in about 2 hours. And you know what?
No, what's that?
You're getting it on a real deal, Andy. I got it within your price range, $5.
Oh, you're trying on your costume, huh, Kingfish?
Yeah, what do you boys think of it? Yo-ho, walk on the plank, sailors.
Well, it's all right, Kingfish, but do you think you was the type to go as a scarecrow?
Wait a minute. This ain't no scarecrow. Heave to, shipmates. Yeah, I'm supposed to be a pirate.
Oh. A pirate? Well, the pirate that owned that costume sure must have been in a lot of battles, all right.
Yeah, if those holes in the thing here mean anything, he must have lost every one, too. This costume is a mess. And look at the tin sword they give me here. Ain't more than a foot long. I wonder what I could do about this costume.
Well, say, Kingfish, what is this blue uniform laying on the table here?
Oh, that's a costume for Andy. Mm-hmm. Or is it?
Well, boys, I think I'll get on home and try on my costume so we can be ready for the thing tonight. I'm kind of anxious to try it on.
Yes, me too. This is going to be a charming affair tonight.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Oh, gentlemen.
Well, how's you, son?
We're just going home to get on our costumes, Andy. See you tonight, boys.
Yeah, well, I got to go too, son. So long, fellas.
So long.
Goodbye, boys.
Well, Kingfish, I come over to get that policeman's uniform. Say, what you looking at me that way for?
Just stand the way you is, Andy. It's amazing.
What's amazing?
Of all the men I've ever seen in my whole life, you is the perfect pirate type. The resemblance is amazing.
Sure enough?
No question about it. I tell you, I was just trying on this pirate costume here. Oh, it's a great costume, and I love it. But I just ain't got the figure for it. I ain't got the real, genuine pirate figure that you got.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry to say I ain't. On the other hand, you is the typical buccaneer type, big and strong, regular swashbuckling pirate, you is.
Yeah, I guess I is.
Oh, sure. Now, when you laughed just then, I could see them muscles just below your chest rippling there. All along there, them muscles was rippling. So what it all boils down to is this, Andy. I was going to let you wear this pirate costume I got here, and I was going to wear this old broke-down policeman uniform just 'cause I love you.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you, all right.
Oh, yeah? Oh, listen, I tell you, there ain't nothing that I wouldn't do for a fella that I loves as much as you.
Oh, yeah, I know
And I tell you, I do it right from my heart.
Yeah.
And speaking of heart, you got the $5, ain't you?
Yeah, here it is, right here.
Yeah. Oh, Andy, this is going to be a great costume for you. Now, look at this sword here. Made out of the finest sword steel there is.
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
Yeah, look at that there.
Same stuff they make tin out of, ain't it?
Andy, you don't know how much chiseling I had to do to get this costume for $5.
You really done put over a fast one, huh?
Andy, you have no idea.
Well, Madam Queen, you sure do look fine tonight.
Oh, thank you, Amos. That costume you got looks kind of scrumptious, too. You supposed to be Napoleon, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I was supposed to be, Napoleon.
Guess what I was supposed to be, folks?
You know, Sapphire, when you first walked in with that costume and mask on, I didn't even recognize you.
Well, I thought I'd fool you for a while anyhow.
Well, you certainly fooled me, Sapphire.
Guess what I was supposed to be, folks?
Where's Ruby, Amos?
Oh, let me see. There she is over there talking to Henry Van Porter.
Oh, yeah. Say, he do look nice in that cowboy costume, don't he?
Guess what I was supposed to be? Somebody.
All right, Andy, what is you supposed to be?
Hi-ho on a dead man's chest and all that stuff.
Oh, you Undertaker, huh?
Oh.
Well, we sure gonna have a lot of fun here tonight. Say, look, here comes the Kingfish in his police uniform.
Well, hello there, folks. Here comes Officer Stevens. Walking his beat, finds everything peaceful and quiet. Hi, Andy, you look great.
Yeah.
Did you see Brother Crawford over there taking tickets?
Yes, I did, Sapphire. He's supposed to be little Lord Fauntleroy.
I think I knows everybody here tonight except them two gentlemen standing over there. See them? The tall one and the short one in them checkered costumes.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who them is either.
Come on, Andy, let me and you dance the next one. You ain't asked me to dance with you once this evening.
Yeah, well, I've been wanting to, but a lot of the other fellows has asked you to dance, though, ain't they?
Yeah, but I want to dance with you now.
Yeah, well, I'd love to, honey, but I done promised the Kingfish here that he could dance the next one with you.
And I wouldn't rob you of the pleasure.
Oh, come on, Andy.
All right, honey. Put your 200 pounds in my arms and let's swing it.
Well, hello, Officer Harris. What is you doing home?
Hello, Lightning.
I thought you was going to be away till Monday.
Well, I got a call from headquarters to come back. I guess they're short of help. Did you press my uniform?
No, sir. Your friend borrowed it to wear to the costume ball.
What's that again?
Your old friend, the Kingfish, George Stevens, borrowed your uniform.
Hey, what are you talking about, Lightning? I don't know anybody around this town.
Well, this fella said that he know you, that y'all is pals, and that you would want him to take a uniform and wear it.
Say, does he want me to get fired off the force? I don't even know who you're talking about.
Well, he say he know you, that you was his pal, size 44. That's what he said.
Well, where is this guy with my uniform?
He's up here 2 blocks at the Mr. Nice of the Sea Lodge Hall. He's got it on now.
Oh, he has, huh? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I got a couple of phone calls to make. And when I'm finished, I'm going to go up there and I'll lay one on that guy's jaw the second I see him. I'm going to knock him cold.
Yes, sir.
Well, Officer Harris returned to New York unexpectedly to find his uniform gone, and it looks like trouble is brewing. Right now, Lightning is at the door of the lodge hall talking to Brother Crawford, who is taking tickets. He's there to warn the Kingfish of his impending danger.
Well, Lightning, I didn't think you were coming to the masquerade ball.
Yeah, sir, well, I ain't staying. I just want to see the Kingfish. Did you see them, Brother Crawford?
Well, yes, he's over in his office, I think. He's counting the receipts we've made on the sale of tickets.
Thank you. I got to see him right away.
Hello, Lightning. Nice costume you got on.
Thank you, Mr. Van Porter. Wait a minute. I ain't got on no costume.
Well, Lightning, come in.
I got to see you.
Close the door. Well, Lightning, looked like the masquerade ball is a success. Just counting the cash here, 125 smackers. Got it right here in this strong box.
Kingfish, I got some bad news. Joe Harris is back in town.
I don't know no Joe Harris.
You know your pal size 44?
Oh, me. You mean the policeman?
Yeah, sir.
Lightning, listen, you didn't tell him that I had the uniform, did you?
Well, what else could I tell him?
Oh, Lightning, what did he say?
He didn't say nothing. He just throwed me out in the hall.
Yeah, well, what is he going to do? Do you know?
Yes, sir. He making a couple of phone calls, and he say he's going to come over here in a little while, and he say when he finds the man that's wearing his uniform that he's going to knock him cold.
Oh, I'm going to knock him cold, huh? Oh, what'll I do? What will I do? Brains don't go to sleep on me now.
He means business, all right.
Oh, I wish I had some other clothes here. Oh, I hope that ain't him. See who it is, will you, Lightning?
Hello, Lightning. Hello.
Hello, Miss Andy.
Brother Andy, come in. Lightning, go on outside and kind of stand by. Get yourself a sandwich and close the door.
Yeah.
Listen, Kingfish, you promised me that you'd dance with Madam Queen, and I... Hey, Kingfish, why are you looking at me that way?
Just stand the way you is, Andy. It's amazing.
What's amazing?
Andy, did you know that you is the perfect policeman type? The resemblance is amazing.
Yeah, well, I know this much. I ain't the pirate type.
Of course not. I done made a mistake there, Andy. After all, what is a pirate? A thief, a chiseler. He ain't nothing but a bum with a sailboat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and you is definitely ain't that character, is you?
No, sir. I ain't got no sailboat.
But on the other hand, Andy, you is the kind of a man that ought to be wearing a policeman's uniform. So to get to the point, Andy, I'm going to do you a big favor. We'll switch costumes. You put on the policeman's and I'll put on the pirate.
Okay, Kingfish. You know you ain't such a bad guy after all.
Did any of the masqueraders see us come in this office here?
No, be quiet. I can open the strong box in 1 second. There it is.
Say, that was pretty quick work.
Let me get this door in my pocket.
Then we better get out of here.
I'll say we'll beat it. Wait a minute. Here comes somebody. Jump into that closet.
Okay, come on.
Got it right here in the office, boys. Come on, Amos and Henry.
Well, I is certainly gratified that for once we has took in more than we has give out.
Yeah, that's right. I had to turn pirate to get all this money. Yeah. Pirate Stevens has got $125 right here in the strong box. I'll show it to you here. Might even let you run your hands through it so you see what $125 feels like. Say, wait a minute. Look here, boys. The place has been robbed.
Really, Kingfish?
Yeah, look, you can search me. I declare I ain't got it. Go through all my pockets. I ain't got it, boys. I just left here 3 minutes ago, and I give you my word of honor that I had $125 in the strong box right there. Somebody done robbed us.
Listen, you know we had 2 men around here tonight that's in this large hall somewhere that's dressed up in them costumes with them little checks all over them.
Yes, that's right. I remember that. And there ain't nobody seems to know who they is. Yes, sir, I'll bet they had something to do with this.
Henry, I think you got something there. Yeah, the 2 men with the checks on the costume. I remember seeing them around here, and I didn't know them either.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll call the police.
Yeah, I tell you what. We've been robbed all right, fellas. Listen, let's go out and walk around the hall till we find the 2 guys. Okay, come on. And some of us will block up the front door so they can't get out.
Come on out the closet, Shorty. They're gone.
What do we do now?
Listen, Shorty. Did you hear what those guys said just before they went out of here?
Yeah. They got us spotted by the costumes, and they're watching the front door, too.
Well, what will we do now? Let's see. Make a break for the front door.
Oh, no. We never get through. Say, listen. I can squeeze out through that little window there. Can you?
No, I can't make it, Shorty. They really got me in a spot here.
Hello there, Lightning. Hello. Is you having something to eat?
Yes, Miss Andy. I just see you out there dancing with Madam Queen.
Yeah, I'm sure glad that's over. I was really tripping the heavy fantastic there.
Miss Andy, what is you doing with the policeman uniform on?
What you mean? What is I doing with it on?
Well, that uniform belongs to a real policeman. He coming over here any minute, and he said that whoever got that uniform, he gonna knock him cold.
You mean this ain't a costume?
No, sir, Miss Andy. This is a policeman uniform. The Kingfish took it, and I just told the Kingfish what the man's gonna do to him.
Oh, so that's it. Why, that no good double-crosser. Oh, me, what is I gonna do?
Well, Miss Andy, I don't know what, but I tell you the truth, you better get it off or something. Officer Harris ought to be here any minute, and he mean business.
Oh, me, where can I go? What must I do?
Well, why don't you hide in the Kingfish's office and lock the door?
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Oh, me, this is a mess. Why didn't I stay a pirate?
Look, Shorty, we can't hang around this office no longer. We got to make up our minds and get out of here.
Well, maybe with the crowd milling around out there, we might be able to sneak through. Let's open the door a little and take a peek out there.
Yeah. Just crack it open a little. How's it look?
Uh-oh. There's a guy coming over this way. Some guy in a copper's uniform. We better get back in the closet.
Wait a minute. I got it. When he comes in, we'll let him have it. Then I'll put on this uniform and walk out. And, Shorty, you go out through the window.
Okay. Let's get behind the door.
Oh, me. Let me get in here and lock this door.
All right. Stick 'em up.
Oh, listen, mister, I got serious trouble. I know this is a masquerade, but I ain't got no time to play cops and robbers.
We ain't kidding, buddy. You see this gun?
Yeah, well, Wait a minute. Don't shoot, mister. Please don't shoot. Don't do...
Oh. All right, then. Now keep your trap shut and do what we say.
Yes, sir. Yes, I will. I'll do anything you say. Mister, please don't shoot me.
All right. Take off that uniform.
Yes, sir, mister. Yes, sir. Coming right off.
Shorty.
Yeah?
I'll put on this cop's uniform. Tie this guy up good. You beat it out the window. I'll walk out the front door with this uniform on. Nobody will know me.
Okay. See you later.
I am very sorry, but you cannot come in without a ticket.
But I happen to be Police Officer Joe Harris.
Oh, come right in.
I'm looking for a guy here in a police uniform.
One of our members is wearing a police uniform. I don't know where he is right this second, officer, but he's around here somewhere.
Oh, wait a minute. I see him coming over this way now. Yeah, that's my uniform, all right. Hey, you, where'd you get that uniform?
That's my business.
Yeah, and that's my uniform. Take that!
Oh, what's the matter? Call the police in the
So you see, Amos, that's how the whole thing happened there.
Uh-huh.
When Joe Harris knocked that guy cold that had on his uniform, they searched the fella, and they found the money, and they took out of the strong box there, got it all.
Oh, well, that's great that they got the money back. I'm going to tell you one thing. When you think about the whole thing, Andy, it sure was lucky, all right.
Yeah, but you know something? I was the luckiest one.
How's that, Andy?
Oh, that two-timing Kingfish had it all fixed up for me to get knocked cold. Always telling me that I is the amazing, perfect resemblance type.
Yeah, and the funny part of it is that you say Harris wasn't mad with you at all, huh?
Oh, no. Well, ain't you seen the newspaper?
No, in the newspaper, what it say?
It say in there that policeman Harris is being promoted for excellent police work while he wasn't actual on duty, and that Andrew Brown got a reward for assisting Joe Harris in catching the crook. You know, they give me $25.
Oh, gee, that's great, Andy.
Yeah.
Well, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, Amos, and there's my old pal Andy.
Yeah.
Andy, I just read in the newspaper that you got a reward. Don't you think that I ought to get a little something, too, from what you got?
Yeah. You really ought to get something, Kingfish. And I'm going to give you something, too.
And why is you looking at me that way?
Just stand the way you is, Kingfish. Take that.
Ooh. Andy, he's out cold.
The resemblance is amazing. He's the perfect sleeping beauty type.
Be sure to listen in next Friday evening at this same time when Cecil B. DeMille will be Amos and Andy's guest. There'll be a beauty contest in which Mr. DeMille will be one of the judges, but plenty can happen when the Kingfish and Andy get mixed up in it. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, here's one more thing. Yes, we've done a great job of manufacturing synthetic rubber, all right. Plants are operating day and night, turning out tires. But they're tires our boys need. America's rubber-borne transport must be kept rolling, which means you and I have to go easy. Conserve your present tires to the utmost. Have them recapped as soon as they need it, share your car with others, drive only when necessary, and drive carefully to avoid damaging tires. Switch tires every 5,000 miles. And remember, now with summer coming on, hot weather increases tire wear. So always keep under 35 miles an hour. Thank you, and good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show when his orchestra, the singing glee with a smooth E3. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston.
Another Monday night brings that familiar phrase, time for Burns and Allen. It seems to me there's another familiar statement that says, you'll never know until you try it. And friends, you'll never know how downright delicious Spam is until you use this grand-tasting meat that comes in a handy can. Spam has dozens of uses, and a good way to introduce your family to this tender meat is to fry slices for breakfast. Just open the can, cut off slices of Spam, and pop in a hot pan. One bite of Spam's sweet, juicy goodness and meaty flavor will convince you that Spam will be served often at your house. So when your food dealer says, what'll it be today, ma'am? You just say S-P-A-M, Spam. And here they are, George and Spam's meatheart, Gracie.
Thank you. Well, Gracie, here it is Monday night again. Doesn't time fly?
Fine, thank you. And how are you?
Wait a minute, Gracie. What are you doing?
I'm knitting.
Yeah, but what are you knitting?
Oh, something. I love to knit. I'd rather knit than not.
You'd rather knit than not?
Yeah, and then again, there are some people who'd rather not be knitting than be knitting nothing.
Yeah, but what is this thing you're making?
Oh, a little thing for my brother Willie. He's the one who's at March Field. He's in the Army, you know.
Yes, I know he's in the Army, but what is it?
It's just like the Navy, but without water.
Well, thanks very much.
Well, can I believe my eyes? Is that George Burns in a new suit, new shoes, and spats?
Yes, it happens to be George Burns.
Burnsy, it isn't because of that society dad, Cabina Wright Jr., who was up here last week, is it?
No, it isn't.
Well, there are only two reasons to be dressed that way. You're either in love or an end man in a minstrel show.
Look, Artie, I just as soon you stick to your music.
Yeah, Artie, you've got a lot of nerve making fun of George's clothes.
Oh, he's just sensitive.
Well, you'd be sensitive, too, if you looked as bad as George does.
Now, you stay out of this.
Yeah, Artie, you heard him. Stay out of this.
Are you cracked?
Cracked? Cracked? Wait a minute, I'll ask him. George, are you cracked?
I must be going out of my mind.
Well, George, don't admit it. Make him prove it.
Oh, quiet. How did this thing start?
Well, don't you remember you asked me what I was doing, and I said I was knitting nutting.
Oh, yes, for your brother Willie.
Yeah, he's in the Army, you know.
I know.
Oh, I love to knit. I do a lot of knitting. I'll never forget, I knitted a bathing suit for my uncle, and I made it out of spinach. And Uncle looked so nice in it, he said...
Just a minute. You knitted a bathing suit out of spinach?
Well, yeah, and that way he doesn't have to go to the beach to lie around in the sand.
Say, Gracie, is there anything that's impossible for you to do?
No, but when the thing's impossible, it's harder for me.
Look, are you trying to make me an imbecile?
No, I'm making the sweater, but when I'm finished, I'll be glad to make you one.
How do I get into these things?
Oh, easy. They just button up the front.
Oh, quiet.
Oh, say, hey, George, look, your underwear is hanging over your shoes.
Bud, that happens to be spats.
Spats?
Yeah.
Well, now, Bud, don't do what Artie did. Don't say that he got dressed up on account of Kobina, because that's how they got into a big fight.
Really?
It wasn't Artie. It was on account of you.
Now, please, George, how can you say that to Bud? He wasn't even here when it happened.
All right, so I've got on spats, and I'm wearing a new suit, and I like it.
Well, gee, George, we all like it. Why, that suit makes you look very athletic. Makes you look like you've got pork shoulders with ham meat added.
Yes. I look spick and span.
Ah.
Well, Bud, we got it in.
Yeah, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
George, I can't knit. You're tangling my wool.
Oh, pardon me.
Desde ahora que están hablando de la sociedad, ¿por qué no me preguntan? Yo sé mucho de
Yes,
esas
I
cosas,
know.
nada más que no me
That's the
preguntan.
guitar player. Senor Lee, what is it?
Senor Burns, that society girl who came here last week, her family came over on the cauliflower?
It's Mayflower. Cauliflower is, well, what is it that has a head like a cabbage, only it's a little softer?
Does it wear spats?
You know, it's a lucky thing for you people that I can hold my temper.
Oh, good, George. You can hold my knitting, too.
Look, I don't want to hold your knitting.
Well, then how can I read my brother Willie's letter?
And I don't want to hear your brother Willie's letter.
Well, then you hold the knitting and I'll read the letter.
Yeah, that's much better, I guess.
Dear Gracie, I can't thank you enough, Gracie, for the lovely toupee you sent me. It'll come in very handy if I ever get bald.
Gracie, if he isn't bald, why did you send him the toupee?
Please, Judge. Don't talk while I'm interrupting.
Oh.
And, Gracie, will you tell Daddy it was a swell idea to have my name tattooed on my chest, as it saves me a lot of talk. Now when a sentry stops me and says, "Who goes there?" all I have to do is unbutton my shirt and show him. And, Gracie, I hate to
Just
complain.
a minute. Gracie, your brother must have been born in Sipit.
No, in San Francisco.
Oh, well, I'm wrong, I guess.
And, Gracie, I hate to complain, but I'm very disappointed in my Army gas mask. It doesn't relieve me half as much as Broma Seltzer.
Well, look, I'd just as soon not hear anymore.
Brigadier General Lachlan has been teaching us camouflage, and it's really a wonderful thing. I've been camouflaging myself as a rifle, and for 2 days my tent mate has carried me everywhere on his shoulder. Please.
Probably didn't know the kid was loaded.
Oh, George, please.
I wish you'd laugh long. That's all I've got.
George, please, more letter. It's fun being carried about, but it gets tiresome having my throat cleaned every day with a ramrod.
Had his throat cleaned with a ramrod?
Well, we'll have to close now and help the top sergeant hunt for his overcoat. By the way, did it reach you safely? Signed, Brother.
That's all I want.
And now, Artie Shaw, his clarinet, and his boys will play Canto Caraballi.
George, look, there's nobody listening, and I noticed that you're all dressed up. So between you and my brother Willie's sweater...
Yes?
Is Cobina wearing your fraternity pin while you're wearing her spats?
Gracie, I'm going to settle this once and for all. The reason I'm dressed up is that I was invited to a private showing at an art gallery. Is that so terrible?
Oh, no. Did you have a nice time?
Well, it was really wonderful. I saw all the masterpieces, and while I'm no critic, I don't think anybody can touch Rembrandt's paintings.
Why, aren't they dry yet?
Yeah, they're still wet. Anyway, I looked in one room, and there was Whistler's mother and the blue boy.
Oh, please, Judge. I'm not interested in scandal.
Scandal? Whistler was a painter.
Well, I wouldn't care if he were a plumber. You've got no right to talk about his mother.
Gracie, you don't understand. I'm talking about James Abbott McNeil Whistler. He painted his mother.
Oh, sort of a beauty operator.
Yes, a beauty operator.
Well,
there's a place in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Doing very well.
Yeah, I know.
Making lots of money there.
Yeah. Well, I always say if the shoe fits, wear it. And if it's your mother, paint her.
That's just what you always say.
Hey, what are you two cooking up here?
Oh, did you hear? George went to the art gallery with Rembrandt.
Quiet, Gracie.
Going around with Rembrandt, huh? Did Cobina Wright give you the ear?
Stop with those wise
Oh, don't
cracks.
be so sensitive.
Well, George has a right to be sensitive. If you looked as bad as George does, you'd
now,
be
wait
sensitive.
Wait a minute. Don't start that again.
Yeah, honey, don't start that again.
Oh, quiet. Yes, Mr. Shaw. I went to the art gallery. I saw the works of Rembrandt, Michelangelo, Ginsberg, Da Vinci.
Ginsberg? Who's that?
Who's that? Happens to be one of the world's greatest painters. And he'll be remembered long after you and Frenesy are forgotten.
Gee, George, you must be pretty smart to know about Ginsberg. And, Bud, did you hear George tell how Whistler painted his mother and that George saw her the day before yesterday with Mrs. Blue Boy's son and nobody could touch them because they weren't dry?
Bud, did you understand what Gracie said?
Well, certainly, George. How Whistler painted his mother and that you saw her the day before yesterday with Mrs. Blue Boy's son, but nobody could touch them because they weren't dry.
Bud, that doesn't make sense.
It does, too.
It does not.
Oh, please.
Senor Burns, you're right about the Mayflower. I looked it up in the dictionary.
It isn't dictionary, it's dictionary. A duck is a silly-looking thing with flat feet.
Does it wear spots?
Look, can't you ever get one word right?
In a short while, I will speak better. I am taking a course from the International Correspondence University.
I see you?
Peekaboo, I see you too.
Look, if you people don't stop, I'm going to walk out of here.
Oh,
Believe me, I'll never come back.
George, don't get so excited.
I've got a right to be excited.
Well, don't get excited. It's bad for your health. And the blood might rush up to your head, and the first thing you know, you'll see spats in front of your eyes.
Stop talking about spats.
Can I talk about Rembrandt?
Yes, you can talk about Rembrandt.
Has he got spats?
He's been dead for 500 years.
Are those his spats?
Look, I got dressed up. I went to the art gallery. I happen to love things that are arty.
Oh, thanks, George. I love you, too.
I had to bring that up.
You did? I didn't know you were Artie's father.
I didn't mean that.
Mr. Burns, if you'll allow a sound man to interrupt.
Yes, what is it, 4 years at Harvard?
How can you dare talk about art without mentioning the greatest work of all, the Mona Lisa?
Oh, I've seen that, and it's really a pip.
A pip? A masterpiece.
Well, I'm sorry.
In her smile, Da Vinci caught the enigma.
Well, maybe he slept with his window open.
Please. What depth, what beauty. Do you know why the Mona Lisa is smiling?
Well, maybe while she was being painted, the brush tickled her.
Sound man, do you know why she's smiling?
Yes. Being a student of the arts, I can tell what goes on in anybody's mind by the expression on his face. Now take Bud Heaston over there. He's wondering how to get his message over to the millions of people who are not aware of the fact that this is the only meat of its kind that is made of pork shoulder and has ham meat added.
Oh, well, that's too easy. That was an easy one. But I'm still not convinced. What's Artie Shaw thinking of?
He's thinking of the same thing that I am. Who is Ginsberg?
He's a great painter.
Well, I can do that. I can read mine.
You can?
Well, yeah, I'll try it with Bud. Here, George, hold my knitting. Come here, Bud. Now, Bud, concentrate. Close your eyes. Very close. All right.
Woo. Well, Gracie, that wasn't on my mind.
Oh, isn't that silly? I read my own mind.
Look, sound man, what am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Kobina Wright, Jr.
Look, I told you a million times I have no interest in Kobina Wright, Jr. She was here last week, and that was the finish. I've never even tried to get in touch with her.
Well, why don't you send her some orchids?
I don't send girls orchids.
Well, why don't you send her some daisies?
I don't send girls flowers.
How about a package of seeds?
Look, I don't send girls anything. Only a chump buys flowers and things like that for girls. What do you think I am, a clarinet player?
I can't do it, kids. No, please.
Hey, what's going on there?
Well, George, Charlie of the Smoothies here wants me to sing a song they wrote.
Well, do me a favor, Bud. Get me out of this and sing the song. Do
Oh,
anything.
all right.
Please.
Spam is a meat that's delicious. It's pork shoulder blended with ham. That's why it has extra goodness and flavor found only in Spam. Spam, 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 Spam. Hormel put grand tasting meat in a can. Saves time, tastes fine. Ask your food dealer for Spam.
Ah, ladies, when you're tired and weary with the daily chores of planning meals, here's a little tip. Get a little old can of ever-loving Spam. Oh, yes, friends. Spam is delicious meat put up in a handy can originated by Hormel. Oh, that Spam is a perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder with that little old ham meat. And that, yes, that's why Spam is different. Why it has a taste and a flavor all its own. Oh, yes, ladies. And it's so easy to use. Try that Spam. Oh, you'll like the way it saves you time and gives your family grand-tasting meat. But get the real thing, ladies. Ask your food dealer for Spam. Then, instead of worrying about what to serve, you'll start singing. Spam, 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 Spam. Hormel put grand-tasting meat in a can. Saves time, saves time. Ask your food dealer for
George.
Yes?
I just finished my brother Willie's sweater. Look.
Gracie, am I seeing things? Has that sweater got 4 sleeves?
Oh, well, I hope that's enough.
Well, what is your brother, an octopus?
No, just a private.
Well, why does he need a sweater with 4 sleeves?
Well, that's what it said in the paper. Congress okays new equipment, and by next week the boys will have additional arms.
Well, if I were you, I'd add a few more sleeves.
Oh, you think so?
Come in. Why, Kobina.
Well, look, everybody, it's Kobina Wright, Jr.
Why, Kobina, this is a surprise.
Well, George, I'm sorry to intrude now, but I simply had to see you. I just can't accept this mink coat you sent me this morning.
A mink coat? A mink coat?
Oh, well, Kobina, that couldn't be from George. He said he wouldn't even give you a package of seeds.
Please. Kobina, let me explain about the mink coat, you see. You're taking it the wrong way.
Well, why don't you take it like my sister Bessie does? She just goes to the Brown Derby, buys a cup of coffee, and takes a mink coat.
You see, Kobina, I gave you that mink coat just as a token of our friendship.
But I wanted it to be platonic.
Well, platonic is pretty, but personally, I'd rather have mink or sable or silver fox or parasol.
How about Fitch?
I don't like Fitch.
Good.
Bones get stuck in my throat.
Oh, I hope.
Oh, please don't be offended, George. I don't want you to think I'm a prude.
I don't like prudes either.
Good.
The wrinkles get stuck in my throat.
Oh, quiet. After all, Kobina.
But don't feel too badly, George, because I will keep that nice quart bottle of perfume you sent me.
He sent you a quart of perfume?
Yes, and it's beautiful. It's the first time I ever saw Christmas night come in a seltzer bottle.
Well, you see, Kobina, I thought it would be handy in case you didn't have an atomizer. It's sort of...
sounded like Senor Lee.
Well, figured I couldn't get a laugh the other way.
A quart bottle of perfume and a mink coat, huh? Brother, I quit.
Why?
One clarinet player on this program's enough.
Now, Kobina, I think you're very selfish not to accept that mink coat. You're not only making George very unhappy, but all the other little minks, too.
Look, Gracie.
After all, it took 250 minks to make that coat. And if you throw them all out of work, George will have to support them. He's already got a lot of relatives.
Gracie,
so I always say...
Look, Gracie, how can you talk so much and say so little?
Well, that's because I don't open my mouth when I talk.
Quiet.
And, George, weren't you going to extremes when you put that envelope in the coat pocket saying, enclosed fine $100 for alterations?
Well, I don't know what to say.
Oh, I could never accept that.
But, Kabina...
Here's $50.
$50, Kabina?
I'm sorry, George. That's all there was in the envelope.
Well, you see, it was dark, and I wrote the note in the phone booth.
Well, Kabina, I think you're silly not to accept George's offer. Why don't you accept George, too? George and Alfred Vanderbilt are exactly alike.
Well, you certainly went by the way of Syracuse for that. Alfred Vanderbilt and I... Alfred Vanderbilt and I are exactly alike?
Well, of course, he has blue blood in his veins.
Mm-hmm.
Yours is more like a greenish blue, more like a brown sort of...
White.
White blood.
Yes, I thought so. But outside of that, we're exactly alike. Gracie, stop helping me.
There's one thing I don't like about Vanderbilt. He wears spats.
Oh, well, then they're exactly alike.
Gracie, thanks for the help,
Say, Kabina, I wouldn't be so hard on George. You know, you have no idea what he's gone through for you. Why, he even went through an art gallery.
Listen, Bud.
Yeah, Bud, and he even saw a blue boy while he was still wet.
Yeah. That's right, and he knows all about that great painter, Ginsberg.
All right, Ignoramus. I'm glad you mentioned that. Kabina, wasn't that masterpiece that you pointed out to me painted by Ginsberg?
Ginsberg? That's Gainsborough.
Well, I was probably thinking of that old vaudeville act, the three painting Ginsbergs. They used to make pictures with sand. No, very well. They were handled by Tom Fitzpatrick, a great actor.
Hey, Carbona. You're making a mistake not taking that minky.
Oh, please, senor. It's not Minky, it's Monkey, aren't you, George?
Stop helping me. And, Kabina, won't you please accept this coat?
No, George, I couldn't. And now I've got to get back to 20th Century Fox. And for being such a dear, here's a kiss.
Well, come on, Kabina. I'll see you to the elevator.
Now, don't forget the party next week.
I won't forget.
Hey, Rembrandt, so you don't send girls flowers, huh? You just send them seeds.
Say, George, I know where there's a sale and you can get a dozen mink coats for $50,000.
Yeah, with $100 bills in the pockets.
You boys all finished?
Yeah, that's right.
Was I invited to the party? Yes. Did I get a kiss? Yes. Did she take the coat? No. Look, wise guys, this happens to be my own little system. I take a $5,000 mink coat on approval, and it always works out like this. You see, no girl like Kabina would ever accept it. That makes me a big shot. So you see, Kabina...
George, I've got some wonderful news for you. I've talked to Kabina, and what do you think?
What?
She's accepting the coat. Here, Kabina.
Oh.
Somebody pick up George. While George is still unconscious, Gracie will sing Accidentally on Purpose.
Accidentally on purpose. You paused while passing by, accidentally on purpose. You tried to catch my eye. You made that chance remark that the day was mild. And let me ask you incidentally, was it accidentally that you smiled accidentally on purpose? You let me hold your hand. You did it on purpose. You had the whole thing planned. You thought that you were smart, but sweetheart, I wasn't fooled at all. Accidentally on purpose, I made you fall. And as I recall, it was a chance that romance happened to come to me. No, I fear the situation is plain. For every day in some way where I was you would be. Guess you thought you planned the whole campaign. Accidentally on purpose. You said, please pass the salt. Accidentally on purpose. I spilled my chocolate malt. We both began to laugh. And then I forget. I thought a kind of wonder incidentally was that accidentally our eyes met. Accidentally on purpose. I left my gloves behind. I didn't intend to, but they weren't hard to find. You thought that you were quite aggressive, but you weren't the one at all. Accidentally on purpose. I fooled you, 'cause it wasn't any accident that made you fall.
Here's a statement, friends, you can bank on 100%. Whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at your house, serve Spam. Originated by Hormel, Spam has become one of the country's most popular mealtime aids. This delicious meat in a handy can has extra flavor because Spam by Hormel is a combination of juicy pork shoulder and tender ham cooked by Hormel's own formula to preserve all the natural flavor and tenderness of these choice cuts. You're really missing something good if you haven't yet tried Spam. Ask for Spam when you shop tomorrow.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. So we're going to Corbina's party next week, huh?
Yes, I know I'm going. I've got to get that coat back. It's on approval.
No, it's not. It's on Corbina.
It is. Now, good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we call your attention to your community's campaign for the celebration of the President's birthday. Every dime contributed in this campaign helps to build America's national defense against a cruel disease. And it helps the youngster around your own corner, too. So give a dime or $1 if you can. Fight infantile paralysis. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for Hormel and Spam, and reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.